All right, we are live. Let me hide the non-video participants. I'll bring myself up in a second. Let's bring everyone in. So Shelley, if you want to admit all, and we are recording.
All right. Thank you
admitting
very
all
much.
now.
Great. Thank you. Okay, at 5:02 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board will be called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take roll call of the trustees.
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Blakely.
Chris Chain.
Laura Berman.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. We will now move on to the agenda. I would like to point out to the public that the closed session is at the end of the agenda today. And are there any trustee comments regarding the agenda?
Not regarding the agenda, but you might want to do the Spanish translation.
Oh,
announcement.
yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Nope. So Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are on your iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación en español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usado una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la planta de Zoom. Si está en iPhone or Android, está en el menú de opciones. Also, staff would like to pull item 5E from the menu and bring that back on at the next meeting.
The strategic plan. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a motion from any trustees?
I move
So
that we,
moved. Go ahead, Trustee Blakely.
I was just going to say, I move that we approve the agenda with the deletion of item 5E.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to approve the agenda with the removal of the strategic plan item 5E. We will now move on to the consent agenda, item 2. Are there any comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Trustee Chang.
Request to pull one of the contracts. It's the Terrace Barnes contract from the contract list. Just that one.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Chang. Do I have a motion from trustees?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, but pulling, would you remind me of the item again, Trustee Chang, the number?
The 9th item on the contract list, the Terrace Barnes contracts for.
But pulling the 9th item of the contract list. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, trustees unanimously approved. Trustee Chang.
Oh, just seeking clarification from staff. The contract for consulting services on ballot measures and electoral feasibility, just wanted more info on what are we pulling?
This item was discussed in closed session and was directed by the Board of Trustees to continue moving forward.
So this is
Yes, Trustee Chang, we discussed it at our last meeting in closed session.
and when I'm just trying, so the amount, contract amount, are we envisioning that this will be the full 95? When it says the contract up to 95,000, not to exceed 95,000, are we envisioning that that's likely where it's going to end up, or somewhere much less? Or
Dr. Westover.
I think it depends on what we direct them to do. So it could be much less, but it won't be over the 95.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Does that answer your question, Trustee
It
Chang?
does. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Do we need a motion to approve that final item?
You do.
Yes. Do I have a motion from trustees?
I'll make a motion. So I move to approve the Terrace Barnes contract. That's the item 9 on the contract list.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler to approve the Terrace Barnes contract, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let the record reflect that that item was that motion was unanimously passed. Thank you. We will now move on to item 3, communications. We will start with 3A, employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? I do see a raised hand. It is a phone number, so I do not know who is at the other end of the phone number. I am assuming
That is
you-
Steve Nelson.
that is
so
Steve
he-
Nelson. Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Wait.
Are there any members of employee organizations who would like to address the board? Okay, seeing as there are none, we will now move on to district committees. Are there any members of representatives of district committees who would like to address the board on this item? Okay, and my understanding, Dr. Rudolph, just to clarify, is that members of the public do not comment on the district committee reports, that it is only representatives of district committees. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as there are no comments, we will move on to the superintendent.
Yep, just wanted to thank the County Office of Education, the Santa Clara County Department of Public Health, the Mayor of Mountain View, as well as the City Manager of Mountain View. Yesterday, we were able to get codes to get all of our staff members vaccinated. And so that sets up, I believe almost all of them have the ability to get their first shot at the end of this weekend. And so we're just super grateful that the county, as well as our electeds, have been pushed. I know you all have been pushing for it also, but just that we were able to get a priority to get individuals in for their first shot before we get to reopening. So just super grateful for that. And then the second thing, as usual, we have our community check-in tomorrow. And I look forward to answering a bunch of questions about an item that is on this agenda a little bit later.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. And I'd just love to echo your thanks. Yes, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, and Superintendent Rudolph, I sent you an email a couple minutes ago related to an article that was in EdCal that highlighted one of our employees. And I don't know if it was you who sent that article in or if it was Jeff Chang, but it was very nice to see Mountain View Wisman School District in EdCal. So the story is students find support in learning pods, and there's a big quote by Jeff Chang in there too.
Yep, Director Chang has been doing a great job, him and the SCEFs, of making our learning pods sort of a reality. So we're super excited about the fact that they were recognized for their hard work.
Thank you very much. So great things happening with the support pods and sharing about it, and a wonderful partnership with the city and county to make sure all of our staff are vaccinated.
I do, just one last thing, I do want to highlight our Beyond the Bell team, who normally does after school, but who has been making themselves available for our McKinney-Vento kids so that they can have support throughout the year and even continuing after we move to the next phase, which is the hybrid learn stage of reopening. They're there to support them too. So I don't want them to go without notice to Erica and Perla for all their hard work.
Yes, thank you to them as well. Beyond the Bell is doing a great job. All right, we will now move on to item 4, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Do you know what? I just had a realization, trustees and Dr. Rudolph. My guess is that Trustee Nelson would actually like to comment on the agenda item, on the approval of agenda, where we started at the beginning of the meeting. Is it possible
You are,
to...
am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. Is that true, Trustee, Mr. Nelson?
That was exactly true. In fact, the thing I sent, you might have read it. I said, in case I
Yes.
cannot make this comment by phone. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
happened.
So, Dr. Rudolph,
it could be adjusted at the time my item comes up. And
Okay.
that is, some of us have problems with, there isn't exactly in your meeting startup, something that talks about the *9 substantially before you want to make a comment, and then the *6 to unmute it. I know you sort of say that, but
okay.
if people haven't used this, it's really hard to make it work right. So I had trouble this at the start of the meeting. I had phoned in at least 5 minutes early and was waiting there beforehand. So anyway, all I'm saying is my presentation is 11 pages. I originally asked for 12 minutes to do it, and I understand it's a long meeting, but I would like, I guess when the item comes up, for somebody to say that my time be 6 minutes rather than 5 minutes. I cut it down, so I probably can get through most of it in 6 minutes. That's all.
Thank you,
Has to
Mr.
do with
Nelson.
the problem of logging it.
Thank you.
So I would agree to that request. Devin, you're muted.
Does that mean we need to reopen the approval of the agenda? Trustee
No,
Chang?
just when
No?
you haven't got to that item yet. So
Okay,
when you get to
so
the item,
we
make a
will,
determination.
okay. When we get to that item, which will be soon, we will make a determination. Thank you. Are there, let's see. I interrupted my introduction of non-agendized community comments, so let me start that again. Thank you for everyone's patience. We are on item 4, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. We welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone and *6 when it is your turn to unmute. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. Okay, seeing as there are none, we will move on to item 5A, review and discussion. This is a request by community member Steve Nelson and Trustee Blakely.
I just had seen Mr. Nelson's hand was up, and I wondered if he had wanted to comment on non-agendized items. That's all.
I believe we clarified that just a moment ago. Trustee Wheeler, did you want to make a motion regarding the time of this item?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to extend the presentation time or the agenda time of Stephen Nelson's presentation be 6 minutes instead of 5.
Okay, Pete Johnson, can you please turn off your video? Thank you. All right, is there a second? Trustee Chang? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Chang, 4 trustees voted to add an additional minute to Mr. Nelson's presentation so that it will be 6 minutes, and Trustee Blakely abstained. All right, we will now move to a presentation from Mr. Nelson, and I believe our district staff are going to put up the slides, and then we will have a 6-minute timer for you, Mr. Nelson.
We won't be able to show both at the same time, just by the way.
The timer and the slides.
Right.
So we'll show the slides and keep a timer. All right, and let's unmute Mr. Nelson. Which he can do by pressing *6. Mr. Nelson,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm starting. The Stevenson lottery and transportation issue is a way to start ending the Stevenson segregation problem, which is the economic disadvantage of 5 times underrepresented from the district average, and it's getting worse over a decade. This really only concerns California law. California Supreme Court made it clear that a student has a right to compel our Board of Education to reduce segregation, no matter if it's de facto or de jure. Crawford versus Board of Education, it's often cited in school segregation. We're past 30 seconds, aren't we? It's often cited in school segregation cases in California. It forms the basis of some charter school law restrictions. And Sue Ann Evans has referenced it extensively in her work in her 2010 letter to the Santa Cruz County. It's reference 4. If you don't take action to actually reduce segregation in Stevenson, which is well documented, worsened over the last decade, and was affirmed by Hanover Research and was a board discussion item in February, Crawford made it clear a board doing nothing is legally unacceptable. So this resolution for part 1, the board has broad powers of government. Many techniques are gained for reducing segregation of protected classes. A weighted random lottery is a perfectly fine, well understood, and effective anti-segregation policy. The question to you, and unfortunately I can't see you, so I can't get feedback, is please nod if you understand weighted random lottery. So I'll just assume all of you guys do. You've seen from the percentages in your February packet, about half the new enrollment is not lottery, but family siblings, bringing the status quo segregation percentages. In this resolution, should the weight be 2x or maybe 5x to start? Keeping the sibling preference means no current families are impacted by keeping it. That's a political reality. It's sort of good to deal with. I have suggested 2x as a starting ED weight. No current families are impacted by increasing the ED weight. The math reality is they're already in there. They have 1,000 times weighting by the preference. Okay, I should be page 7 now. The ED weights and sibling lottery. A question to you. Sorry, I can't see you, so we can't do this. Please nod if you understand the math. I would say no if more details needed. I'll wait to the end where you can ask that question if you need. Transportation. Hanover Research also presented why an affirmative transportation policy is helpful in anti-segregation efforts. And add parents and guardians to the transportation policy. All of us who have studied Mountain View poor areas know that no private car is a common ED family reality. An anti-segregation policy needs to be highly proactive in helping poor students get to school. For Stevenson, it is especially important to help their parents participate. 4, resolution. This stuff ought to be put in a resolution part 3, policy manual. This policy manual is the right place in the AR process, is the right way it should be recorded. Resolution has an option, and that's lottery and neighborhood cycles. Unlike charter school regulations, general ed code districts have extremely broad latitude under Crawford. even charter school boards have such school zone or zip code enrollment lottery latitude. Option 4 would include such district-wide spreading out of Stevenson enrollment. No current families are impacted by this method of doing things either. What it means is each school zone gets a choice, and then the lottery goes to the next school zone, and you randomize it after you've gone through the first group. Observations on Stevenson community. I'm just going to focus on one. Principal Tyler Graff of Stevenson had a comment re parents, and this was reported into The Voice the year before that he left. And it was, you know, there are some parents at Stevenson who think there is a problem with other parents that don't love their children as much or don't participate as much in their children's education. And the principal of Stevenson set that right. He didn't really think that that was a good comment of what Stevenson represents, that the Stevenson community really is interested in adding economically disadvantaged. It just doesn't know how to do it. That's my comment, is we've seen Stevenson try to handle this. And I'm sorry, Christopher, but they don't really know how to make a difference. And a number of people say that the district office has prevented us from trying to do outreach to the poor. Well, there's other ways to do it. It really is the board responsibility. I think I agree with Superintendent Rudolph about that, is that, you know, the board sets the policy. It's good if they participate, but the board has to come up with the money, and the board has to come up with the ideas, and the board has to change its public policy if it wants to end segregation of economically disadvantaged families out of Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I apologize, that is the end of your 6 minutes. Trustees, are there any questions for Mr. Nelson? All right. Are there any public comments on this item? If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. When you are called on, you can press *6 to unmute. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. Okay, I see that we have 2 people who would like to comment on this item, so they will each have 3 minutes. We will start with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, will you please unmute yourself?
Everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. I appreciate the presentation by Stephen. I think that's really interesting. I'm an engineer, and basically you are what your numbers say you are, regardless of what we all want to do or want to be. And I think it would be really interesting to see the data around sort of the distribution of socioeconomic standards within Stevenson versus the other schools. I'm a father at Vargas, at J. Vargas, and Principal Vern is doing a fantastic job. But we've seen a bunch of our great families leave for Stevenson. And it's generally the families who are able to provide the most support. I think it is segregative in the sense that you have to be somebody with a job where you can either, one parent doesn't work, or where both parents have flexibility that they can take time out of the day to go to Stevenson. So by its very nature, I think it does sort of self-select for people in upper socioeconomic status. And I think it's bad for the district. So I am very much in support of rethinking how we better distribute the attendance at Stevenson. I see that right now it mostly takes the parents away who have the most time to dedicate to their neighborhood schools. Very strongly in support of a change to the way Stevenson enrollment is done. I don't have great suggestions on new methods. I think those should be studied by the board, but very much in favor of what Stephen has proposed. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We will now move on to Ms. Mailhot. Ms. Mailhot, will you please unmute yourself?
Okay, I'm unmuted, I think.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make one small point. I really appreciate the collaborative equity process that has already started, the district started, and just the way that it's unrolled so far, the research that Hanover presented and the direction from the board at the last meeting. And I look forward to continuing to explore barriers and solutions to the challenges. I wanted to make a point of clarification on the sibling enrollment percentages. The data published in the February board meeting notes shared that the average over the last 5 years is just under 40%. And I wanted to point out that in 2018, 2019, Stevenson had a bubble year. We had a year where we had 4 kindergarten classes. And so as that class moves up and they're in 2nd grade now, we're at the point where 2 years later, there is a bubble of siblings coming through. So it's kind of like, I don't know, a snake eating a large meal. There's this ripple effect that I think inadvertently accommodating more families 2 years ago has led to fewer spots this year. And I would hope that as we go forward, if we continue just with a normal 3 strands, that we would see that level out. So I just wanted to comment on that data.
Thank you, Ms. Mailhot.
Thanks.
All right. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I want to say that I'm very happy that Superintendent Rudolph and the rest of the district are taking this problem by the horns and working on it. I'm satisfied with the work he's done so far, calling in a professional research company and also working with the existing committee at Stevenson. And I will say that I'm personally offended when Stephen Nelson attributes bad will to the rest of the board, when a lot of us, I know for one, I have been talking with our superintendent about this issue for a very long time. So, there are a lot of us who are working to make this happen. We saw evidence of that at, the meeting where we heard the presentation. So I'm satisfied with the way we're going forward, and I'm glad we're doing it. But I don't appreciate being insulted.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to concur with what Trustee Wheeler said, all of it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Trustee Chang.
I just want to show on this issue, I feel like there really isn't a controversy in the sense that, both retired Trustee Nelson, the board, Stevenson has a committee on equity that's meeting every 2 weeks, bi-weekly on this issue. We have an equity coach. So the whole community wants to work on this. And I at this moment, I really think it's about process and time. So what I do is I would encourage retired Trustee Nelson to see what comes out of the process. So let our equity coach, let the committee, let the school side work on this issue. They're working so hard on it. And when it does come to the board, then if there are suggestions from Trustee Nelson and other members, please let the board know. But I just wanted to let people know that there's people working really hard on this. I think that everyone's in agreement on wanting to work on this. And the timing is, eventually this will come back to the board, and I welcome Trustee Nelson to share his insights on that then, and anyone else. I'm grateful that all of us, the board, Trustee Nelson, retired Trustee Nelson, and the public, we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. I will quickly add that while the board always appreciates civic engagement from the community, in this case, I appreciate the urgency around this issue, but I do think that if the board were to sort of single-handedly change policy at the school site without engaging both the school site community, our equity coach, possibly our equity inclusion and belonging committee when it's up and running, and community members who may be interested in attending the school who currently aren't able to do so. Without having that process, we could make a superficial policy change that would not have the consequence that we would like to see of the school being more economically integrated. Yes, Trustee Berman.
Thank you. I want to just say I am supportive of everything that's been said by the other trustees. And I just want to highlight something that President Conley just mentioned about incorporating the opinions and needs of those families that we're trying to target when we think about Stevenson. Oftentimes when we form policies to make them more anti-racist and inclusive, those communities of color that we are trying to engage are not included in those conversations. So policy changes are often done to them and not with them. So it's critical that we engage our community that we'd like to see as part of Stevenson in these conversations, and make sure that we are really clear in what the needs are and we match those needs. And I am appreciative of the work that Stevenson is doing currently to address this need. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone involved with this process. I think it's an important step forward, and we're going to do it well, and we're going to get it right as best we can by including input. Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 5B. This was a public request by Christine Lay regarding student safety. Dr. Rudolph.
Yep. Good evening or afternoon, whichever way we want to call it. So we got a request from an employee of Evergreen School District who's also a volunteer for Moms Demanding Action. And what she is requesting is that Mountain View Westman School District sends yearly letters home to all parents and guardians to inform them of the need to safely store all firearms that may be present in the house. And her idea that we would send this home as part of our back to school packet that are given out each year, in which we would ask parents to sign and acknowledge that they have read and understood the information. She does talk about Superintendent Tony Thurman sending letters requesting that this would be sent, and then she provided some statistics saying that every day in this country, one small child unintentionally shoots himself or herself after finding an unsecured firearm in the house. Every day in this country, 2 older children, mainly teens, die by suicide using an unsecured firearm from their home or the relative's home. And finally, 80% of mass school shootings are done by students or former students whose weapon is an unsecured firearm they obtained. And so because this isn't something that is required, this will be a policy decision by the board in terms of if you would like this to be included.
Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the process that you want us to follow. Are you suggesting that this would be a future agenda item?
Per board policy, if someone submits the item 10 days before a board meeting, and it's to be included on the next board agenda or the meeting that we think we can squeeze it in. And so she did meet the requirement to, within the 10 days, and then we felt like we could include it in this, but ultimately we're looking to direction from the board because this isn't something that we normally include. And so if the board is comfortable, then we'll go through the next steps of getting it done. I don't think it requires an actual action, but it does require direction from the board if you want this to be something that's included.
I'd like to say I am 100% in favor of what she's asking for, but I'm troubled about the process. So I think that the process of anything like this would be that someone would ask for a future agenda item, ask for the board to bring it forward, and then the board would discuss and determine what they want to do. This has not come to us as an action item. It's a discussion item. So I don't see how a discussion item from a member of the public can become an action item by the board.
So I believe that what we could do tonight in this discussion item is see if there is board direction to even pursue this process. And if there is board direction, then it is something that could come back as a future action item or possibly included in the consent agenda at a future meeting.
See, I don't see how it would come back as a consent item for a future meeting if it hasn't come as an action item at all to us.
The challenge here is that the board policy states that if a community member makes a request, that they are allowed to have an item put on the agenda. So
Right.
even though, right. So even though this is nothing against Steve Nelson, but he met the requirement to make a presentation. And so this parent or this member also meets the requirement to make a presentation. The board doesn't have to provide any direction whatsoever. You don't have to do anything else, but just to meet the guidelines that are outlined within the policy, you at least have to agendize it at an upcoming meeting. And so that's what we've done.
So,
If you wish to include, if you wish for us to do this though, which you don't have to, then we're looking for direction for us to continue moving forward. If you don't, then you have met the requirement right here, and we just move on to, as soon as you conclude your discussion, you move on to the next item.
So to continue with my line of thought here, like I say, I'm in favor of this request, but I'm troubled by the process. So what I would suggest is that we bring this item as a future agenda item, as an action item, to determine what the board wants to do. I don't think it's proper for the board to just hear something and then say, give any voting power to anything.
Trustee Blakely.
I hear what Trustee Wheeler is saying. However, I don't want to get in the weeds of micromanaging every single last item that needs to go out in the back to school packet. I think that is a general authority that we delegate to the staff. And I hate gun violence. And if State Superintendent Thurmond sent a sample letter out last year, it sounds like we missed that, and it's easy to include in the package, I certainly don't see any harm in that. I'd be slightly more concerned about having every parent sign and return it, unless that's something that is relatively simple for the district to do, like require initials or whatever in the online package. But I'm very comfortable with this, and I hear what Trustee Wheeler's saying, but I don't know that we necessarily need to agendize, each new piece of paper, or well, it's not paper anymore, but each new disclosure or item that gets incorporated into the back to school packet.
Maybe a better way of putting this is that if you decide that this is something that you want, it's going to require staff time. And so I have to allocate it to someone who's doing something else, and it's going to add an additional work item. So before we go down that road, I think this is what we're looking for, a direction. Is this something that you wish to be included? And then that lets me know whether or not it's allocated. You don't have to do anything with this. If you wish to discuss it in further detail, you're more than welcome to discuss it in further detail. But if the idea is that eventually it will be included, that means I'm going to allocate it and put it on someone's plate.
Trustee Berman.
I just want to state that I'm in support of the letter and having a way to include it in the student handbook somewhere, or in the back to school handbook. I think that would be really important. In the last year, I've heard from a number of people who have seen lines at stores where they can purchase guns, just lines wrapped around the block. So I am concerned about the number of guns that have made them way into our households. And if that letter already exists, I hope that it wouldn't create a lot of work If we can just find a way to make it really simple, I think that those reminders that are included in there will be really helpful, especially in, as we've been talking a lot about campus safety, and I think this would be a part of that.
Trustee Chang.
Mine's a comment, but should I save that for after we're doing questions, or?
It sounds like people are all over the place.
I'll just say that, schools spend a lot of energy and resources on preventing drowning. A lot of state California requires that as a requirement. And I think that as a result, drowning is still the 5th cause of death for children. Firearms is the 2nd. So in my mind, if schools spending resources have helped reduce drowning, and if we can spend time, even if it does require time and resources, if the district can find a way to help reduce firearm accidents, and when that's a 2nd leading cause of death for children, I think it's a good use of district time and resources. And I agree with Trustee Blakely that the process for something like this really should be internal. I don't necessarily would want to dictate what kind of handout goes out to the families, but I think that this is a very worthy cause, as it's the 2nd leading cause of death. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to public comment on this item. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. I see that we have one speaker whose hand is raised. I believe that is Mr. Nelson. You have 3 minutes. We will get the timer up and then you can unmute yourself to speak.
Hi, I finally got through. Yeah, I think the discussion about whether you want to give direction to the board or not, or to the staff or not, is a good way to do it. And the superintendent has said, yeah, it's no problem to simplify sort of what the direction you have done and put it into the consent agenda item. Chris Chang has said he doesn't want to specify exactly which version of it. So that seems pretty clear what could be done. Ellen doesn't seem to understand the idea of community putting agenda items on there, but that is what the board bylaw says, and that actually is what the state law that the board bylaw is based on says. It can go in either as an agenda item to discuss, or an agenda item for discussion and action, or it can even be, they could put it on the closed session agenda if the superintendent and the president thinks best. So there's a way to process to do this. It can be done pretty easily, and I urge you to let the give direction maybe at the end of the session that you want to have this item put on the consent agenda in a broad form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there further comments from trustees? I would just like to add that I agree with my colleagues that gun safety is important, and I do not desire micromanaging the process through which this is done. I understand Trustee Wheeler's concern to a certain extent about should this have been brought as a discussion, as an action item tonight instead of a discussion item, or should it come back as an action item? If it sounds like we already have a majority of the board who is interested in pursuing some sort of gun safety supportive measure, but would like that to be up to staff in how to approach it. Trustee Wheeler, do you have any further comment on that?
I feel like I'm in a very uncomfortable situation because this is an issue I'm very interested in, but I'm also very interested in process. You hit the nail on the head, President Connolly. They should have come to us as an action item. If we wanted to request action. So, you know, I have never abstained from a vote before, but I think that's what I will do here. If you're going to have a vote on a non-action item, then I will abstain because I think this is being done incorrectly.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. We are not taking a vote because it is a discussion item, but it sounds like the majority of the board is interested in this topic. How to pursue it may be more of an issue. Do you have any further guidance, Dr. Rudolph?
I got to assign it to a staff member now. So, and then we'll make a determination as to whether or not you need to approve it, or if not, we'll just bring back and just say, here's what the copy of the letter is going to look like.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 5C, the update to reopening and the CASP assessment. This will be a presentation from Dr. Rudolph and Ms. Tager.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here this evening to share some spring CASP assessment updates, and then I'm going to tag team with Dr. Rudolph, and he's going to take it from there to talk about adjusted reopening timeline. I'd like the board to know that we put a draft presentation in the board agenda packet, and you may notice some updates from the original, from the version that was in the draft. So all of our instructional initiatives and assessments are aligned to our strategic plan. Goal 1 for student achievement and goal 2 for closing the achievement gap. As we go through the presentation today, next slide, please. As we go through the presentation today, I'm going to start giving updates, and I'll point it out specifically. There's a why behind we take the CASP assessment. And the why is it provides us with feedback on how we're doing on our educational goals and helps us monitor our progress. It also allows our kiddos our students to show what they know. And it helps build accountability at multiple levels. Also, the most important piece, we get to design our instructional support and planning. Next slide, please. With this part of the presentation, I'd like to share some background information and some updates for the 2021 Spring CASP assessment that the Department of Ed has provided to us. Next slide, please. So we have different assessment forms. There's a CASP that our 3rd to 8th graders take in English, language, arts, and math. The science test, the CAST, is taken by our 5th graders and by our 8th graders. And the CAW, which is the alternate assessment, is taken by our special needs students that have accommodations in place to take it. So a typical assessment takes about 5 weeks, and with makeups and test administration. This year's assessment window for our district is April 19th to May 28th. We assign about a week for ELA, 1 week for math, 1 week for science, and a couple of weeks, 1 to 2 weeks for makeups as sites may need it. Next slide, please. So what's new for 2021? Well, this is the exciting piece. What's new is that the assessment is shorter. That means the computer part, adaptive part of the assessment is literally cut into half from previous years. So instead of 1 hour and 30, the ELA is 45 minutes for some grades. Instead of math being 1 hour and 30, it is the shorter form is 45 minutes. The performance task piece, which is the writing piece, that remains the same. So it was 2 hours before, it's still 2 hours in the new spring administration. What this really tells us is we need fewer days to test because it's a shorter assessment. Next slide, please. So as we think what's new more than that is that this year, since we are in distance learning at this time, and like many other districts across the state, we have the option of doing the assessment in person and also remotely. And when we think of remote assessment, we use the secure browser app that has built-in video monitoring, the chat feature. It also has a raise hand feature and the multiple other features for the test administrator and the student to interact if they need to. Next slide, please. So CASP, spring assessment, what are some considerations that we need to keep in mind? First off, we need to, next slide, please. We need to keep in mind that our President Biden's administration or US Department of Ed told us that all states are expected to test in the spring. But it did give State Board of Education options to explore flexibility. And our State Board of Education in California is exploring some federal flexibility, which could include decoupling accountability for this year, which could include waiving the requirement for 95% participation. That means if LEAs or school districts have participation of less than 95%, they will not be penalized for it in the academic achievement indicator. Or even extending the testing window till July 30th. They're also looking or considering and looking at waiving the CAST or the science assessment altogether for 5th and 8th graders for us for this year. We don't find out more about this till the State Board of Education meeting, which happens around mid-March this year. That's when it's scheduled to happen. So while we wait for this additional information from the state, we want to be prepared for reopening. Be keeping in mind that the uncertainty is impacting us, but we can be prepared. So we know that regardless of in-person or remote, teachers and students need to be trained and they need time to practice. We also know that navigating multiple fronts at the same time will be tough on our students, our teachers, and our families. They have to not only learn the new way or safe routines at school, they have to transition to hybrid learning and then get ready for taking the CASP. And we know that as we balance instruction and assessment, our 5th to 6th and 7th and 8th graders, they take the math placement test. How do we balance instruction with assessment? So we're going to keep all of these considerations in mind. Next slide, please. So in summary, all of that information that we just got, we know that spring assessment will likely happen. We do know that CASP impacts a reopening. It really does. So today what we're going to do is we're going to look at scenarios that include or reflect our key considerations of shorter testing time and that we could push our assessment window at towards the later end of the window. And we know that pushing it back would give our students and teachers some time to adjust back on campus and learn and get familiar with the testing platform. Next slide, please. Now, as I move on, I'd like to give you all a little overview or a visual of what the pre-pandemic CASP schedule looked like. So we typically had 5 weeks like we talked about. So the green portion on the calendar, and this is this year's calendar, school sites all started testing the week after spring break, 1 week for ELA, 1 week for math, 1 week for science, and science was only 5th and 8th grade, and then about a week or two for makeups. That was the pre-pandemic schedule. Well, that I'm going to hand the baton off to Dr. Rudolph to talk about reopening scenarios and assessment. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Swati. All right, so as Swati noted, we are going to do a couple of things, right? We have 3 key goals. First one is we want to shorten the testing window as small as possible and push it back as late as possible to make sure that we give, as we do reopening, that we can settle in as quickly as possible. And then the second one is we want to get kids in back as quickly as possible across all of our grade levels. And so what you will see is a bunch of different ideas with a final approach of what we're going to do. So the first one is that if we kept business as usual, we thought about what if we just brought all kids back after testing, all right? And so what we thought about is if we brought back pre-K, TK, K, first and second, as well as our special ed students before the actual test, and then we brought back all of the other students after testing. And so this is what it would look like. One of the pros of this is that it does allow for stability for all of our testing grades. Obviously, one of the biggest cons is that the students who still need support are sort of left until May to sort of come back in. And there are pluses and minuses to that, depending on which way you want to look at it. And I'm going to fly through a couple of these because obviously I want to get to what the recommendation is, which I think will require a little bit more explaining. The next one is that what happens if we continue to use phases and we just simply brought kids back using a 2-week schedule, which is where we were before. And so this is what it will look like. So this is our original schedule, which we provided a 2-week notice. And now we have group 1 comes in the first week, and then we wait 2 weeks and we bring back phase 2. And then we wait until after spring break because the second group obviously can't come back during spring break, and we bring back group 3. Obviously, that brings a majority of our students who are going to perform state testing. It gives them 2 weeks before the actual testing takes place. And as you can see, that's not the most ideal situation across the board. And what this calendar does take into account is that it pushes testing, and this is what you will see moving forward, all of the testing taking place in May. And by the way, this presentation is going to be posted, or it has been posted on the website for the community to have access to. The next one is a consecutive return. So what happens if we take the original setup and we reduce it to 1 week across the board, and we start bringing kids in a little bit faster? And so what we started seeing is we have all of the groups in 1 week after another. And that gives us pretty much close to a month before our actual testing starts. The problem here is that it shortens the time to learn from mistakes that may occur as we bring in different phases, because essentially every 3 days, you're bringing in another phase of kids, and you'll see that. So if you think our first day of bringing kids back is the 18th, which is a Thursday, the next week we would bring another group of kids back in, which is another Thursday, which means you would have 4 days with kids on campus, not including the asynchronous day. And so that's a very fast pace to try and make adjustments as you sort of learn. So let's talk about what the final approach is. To get here, we took all of those scenarios and we took it to our leadership team as well as our reopening task force. Our reopening task force consists of teachers, classified employees, both from the office that work in office as well as IAs. It includes principals and it includes district office staff members. And so this reopening task force has been meeting with me throughout the year, and they sort of act as an independent body next to our focus groups. And then obviously our leadership team group is comprised of directors, principals, and coordinators. So what we saw, or what I saw, was a synergy of ideas. So first one is that everyone was clear that they were fine with reopening with less time in between. Obviously, and I do not want to discount the fact that there are staff members who are concerned about vaccinations. And obviously we are seeing a lot of movement with getting our teachers vaccinated and our staff members vaccinated. But generally the feeling was from both of these groups that it is possible to reopen faster. The other request, and this came directly from our reopening task force, was to give teachers time to acclimate to what we call the roomies. And then that, of course, means asynchronous days for Zoomies, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. All of the elementary principals, or not all of them, but for a majority of them, felt like they could reopen in 2 phases as opposed to 3, which brings the majority of our kids back a lot faster. In middle school, both of the middle school teams felt like we still need to have 3 phases, but that we could shorten the 3 phases to a different cadence instead of 2 weeks. And then the last one was that they requested after that we have a little bit longer time in between the first phase and the second phase, so that we could adjust in any way we needed to. And so you think about this for a second. We have to deliver lunches to all of our kids. We have to clean our bathrooms at a faster rate. We have to pick up trash at a different rate, right? So there's all these lessons that have to be learned in between. And so having one phase in a little bit faster will help. So now let's get to where the magic happens. So what we are going to do is we reconfigured the first setup. So as you can see now, and this sort of was alluded to earlier, we are bringing second grade into the first phase, and we will bring elementary in 2 different phases. So group 1 will be pre-K, TK, K, first and second grade, 6th grade, as well as special ed. We will wait 1.5 weeks. So 2 days. I stated that we would, our first day is on the 18th. We'll wait until the next Monday. You'll see a calendar of this. And then we will bring in phase 2, which will bring the rest of our middle school, our elementary students in, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th. And then group 3 would be 8th grade. And there will only be 1 week difference between group 2 and group 3. This also gives us about a month's window before we actually do testing. Unfortunately, that month includes spring break, but it still is at least a calendar month. So, and we have a better graphic, but this is essentially what it looks like. All right, so we've already provided the notice to everyone that we plan to reopen 14 days afterwards. The 14th day technically falls on Wednesday, which is an asynchronous day. So we're making the next day on the 18th. And then after that, on the 29th, we'll bring in the next group. And then the last group, 8th graders, will come in on April 5th. So what does this look like? So let me explain how this works. So there are 3 different groups. There are roomies, A's, B's, and C's. Roomies, and then of course we have our zoomies, and zoomies get 4 days no matter what. So I'm only going to focus on the roomies so that everyone understands what they have. And what this calendar shows is who is coming in. So remember earlier, the reopening task force stated that they wanted to have a chance to get kids reacclimated to come on campus. Per our MOU, we are also supposed to provide 2 asynchronous days for teachers to prepare their rooms prior to coming in. That's what we all agreed upon. And then of course, on the 15th, we already had a scheduled professional development day, which was a non-student day. Unfortunately, that means that our kids are going to experience a little bit more asynchronous days than what they're used to, but I believe that it will address the needs of both of our kids. So what does this look like? We've already provided the notice. On the 12th will be the first asynchronous day. On the 15th will be a professional development day. On the 16th, we'll have an asynchronous day. And on the 18th, we will welcome in roomies B and roomies C. Now, B cohort will always come in on the 18th and 19th. A cohort, not 18th and 19th, on Thursdays and Fridays. A cohort will always come in on Mondays and Fridays. C cohort, if your child is lucky, or if you fall within a category of the asynchronous, or if there are not as many students that can come in, C cohort will always be 4 days long, no matter what. So on the 18th, we welcome our roomies in cohort B and our roomies in cohort C. And we have an orientation day on campus that allows our schools to sort of take kids through the routines, shows them where the hand washing stations are, shows them how to walk socially distanced, explains to them where the divided play areas are, because we do have to section off. We allow to have kids play together, but they have to remain within their cohorts in order to go, which means that the playgrounds had to be sectioned off, right? So some kids are going to be on the playground, some kids are going to be on tetherball, other kids are going to be out on the field. But the point is, we want to reorient everyone to what that looks like. So we have an asynchronous day for the A roomies as well as our zoomies. On the 22nd, because we believe that we wanted to provide consistency for all of our students, we put in our roomies and our roomies A, cohort A, and our roomies from cohort C will continue on. However, roomies from cohort C will not undergo a cohort, and nor will their students who are zoomies in that particular class. They will be business as usual because they're here for 4 days. So there's no point in them having an additional orientation day. But our A's will undergo a orientation. This provides us with the sort of week that I discussed. So by the 29th, we'll make whatever adjustments we need to as we welcome in our second phase. And again, that second phase follows a similar format. What you will see, though, is that this time the C's will come in on a Monday instead of a Thursday. That's because it's the first day of the week, and that's they get 4 days. So no matter what, they always get their 4 days, and they come in at the same time. Again, everybody on the 29th will undergo a asynchronous day. The difference here is not every student is undergoing an asynchronous day. So on the 12th and the 16th, all students undergo an asynchronous day. On the 18th, only students who are in phase 1 and who are either a roomie A or a Zoomie from this group will undergo an asynchronous day. Every student who is in phase 2 and in phase 3 will have a regular distance learning day similar to what they have previously. When we get to the 29th, we will have every student who is, and I guess the 22nd and the 29th, but I'm using the 29th, every student who is in phase 2, who is a roomie B or who is a Zoomie will undergo a asynchronous day. The rest of the school will have a regular either distance. If you're in phase 1, you'll either be a roomie A or roomie B, you'll have distance learning. No additional asynchronous day for you. Only the students who are in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th, and who are not in roomies A or roomie C will have to have a asynchronous day while roomies A and roomie C go through orientation. Finally, the last thing you will see is that when 8th grade comes in, again, we have roomies A and C coming in. Only 8th graders who are either a Zoomie or who are in roomies cohort B will undergo an asynchronous day. So that sort of spaces it out. And then as you can see, we will hit spring break. And then from there, we will follow this process across the board. Now, one other thing that I want to point out real quick, you will notice that our schools parents will get notified on the 15th. I understand that parents would like to know earlier, but one of the consequences of allowing parents 2 weeks to fill out a survey is that it ensured that we only gave our principals 2 weeks to redo all the classes. I want to be clear, not every single student is going to stay with their teacher. Our principals will do our best to make sure that that happens, but there will be some changes that have to occur based off of other changes. So what are we doing? One of the questions this week, the state or the county changed their guidelines. The guidelines now state that they will follow the state's approach or health guidelines. And so the Santa Clara County Department of Public Health has been a lot more restrictive. So there are changes that will happen at least in middle school when it comes to music and band. However, we need to sort of understand what the full implications of that are, as well as athletics. So we will be reviewing that and we'll have more information about that a little bit later. But we will continue to stay updated on what CDE talks about, as well as the State Board of Education. Again, we also will continue to plan for administering the CAS assessment in May. And our goal, obviously, is to continue to reopen schools safely and smoothly and learning from there.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
A question about the 8th grade coming back that third round. Could you speak a little more about the site rationale for that?
So we communicated that, one of the questions that came up from both LT as well as from the reopening task force is whether or not we could flip all of the tested students to the earlier phase and bring back the younger kids later. But it has been since the beginning, the direction as well as the intent to bring back our youngest and most vulnerable students first and to bring back our oldest kids last. And so that is actually where we sort of fail with this. It also deals with the size of the students. 8th grade is the largest group. 6th graders have never been on campus. And so in talking with our leadership team and listening to our middle school teams, both of them felt that it was important to bring 6th graders to get them reacclimated. 7th grade was only on campus for part of the year. And so after you have 6th grade, it makes sense to bring 7th grade. 8th graders understand the campus, but they also are 8th graders. And as a former middle school principal, I can tell you 8th graders are a little bit different. Nothing against them whatsoever, but they also act like seniors from time to time, meaning that they understand that they're going to be headed out the door. And so both middle school principals and assistant principals felt it was also important to reestablish a lot of rules and expectations because it's going to be so different when we come back, that we bring back the group that has been on campus the longest. Last, it is also our largest cohorts across the board. So it gives us a chance to sort of learn how to do this right before they come on campus. And then of course you have almost 2/3 of the school adhering to the rules before you bring in the 8th graders.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I had a question from a parent wondering about students who go to school, with their class all week, or if they're in an AB schedule. And the question was, if more than, I think it's 16 students in a class say they want to come back for live instruction, that the class would have to be split into AB cohorts. And then they would, I think, keep their teacher in that AB cohort. So can you explain that to us?
So I can't guarantee that they'll be able to keep their teacher, but we're going to do everything possible to make sure that they keep their teacher. However, the ratio is a 16-to-1 ratio. That's what was agreed upon. And that's also follows the 6 feet social distancing requirement. And so if anything under 16 or up to 16, we can accommodate on a 4-day schedule. Anything above 16 requires for us to move into a full hybrid, which is the 8A B-day schedule. And so if a class hits 17, then, the principals have to make some determinations. It's possible that one class could be at 17, another class could be at 15, and you move one kid over so that all kids can get 4 days. Or it's possible that that class, in order to stay with their teacher, or in order all kids to stay with the teacher, would have to go to an 8A B-day schedule. The principals are working through this particular data. Sorry, not 8A B-day schedule, but cohort A, cohort B schedule. And so all principals are working with this data, and as soon as they get that information, they will communicate it out to parents. They're moving as fast as they can to get it done.
And what about the teachers who, for various reasons, cannot come back? Would
So we have a couple. We have a couple solutions for those. The first solution is that if I believe that principals are asking. So we have a couple. I know at a couple sites that both teachers will be out, but the teacher has already received approval from their doctor that as soon as they have 2 weeks after they have their second vaccination, that they would be allowed to come in. So the first question is that, are you willing to stay in a distance learning environment for a little bit longer in order to remain with the teacher? And if so, then we can do that. The second one is that there's a couple sites where the teachers on both grade levels have medical exemptions to come in. And so Director Chang has already set up to put learning pods or support pods in position of those teachers until those teachers are able to come in. So those kids will be able to have a day to come in, or the kids will be able to come in, but the teacher will still teach remotely. And then once the teacher is able to come in, they will take over the pod and we can reorganize the pod another way. Or again, we'll do this big shift and sort of shuffle to move kids around to accommodate them as best we can.
Thank you.
Other trustees? Okay, I have a couple of questions. Dr. Rudolph, I'm wondering if you could clarify some of the ventilation that we have in place. I know we've been getting some questions about that. So if you could speak about our plans for that.
Yep, so all of our dampers have already been cleaned and they are open fully. Our HVAC systems are running at full capacity. So our rooms get flushed twice a day. They get flushed before anyone comes in, and they'll get flushed right after the school day starts. All of our classrooms have MERV 13 filters, and they are going to be running continuously in order to bring enough airflow in. The classrooms and obviously we're doing an overhaul of our whole HVAC system moving forward, but the Vargas classrooms actually are the only site that actually have the CO2 filters. And so those are measuring that, but it doesn't change the fact that we have the MERV 13 and we have continuous airflow that is taking place. And for any space that doesn't have a MERV 13 filter, we have HEPA filters that are also processing the air at the same time. So we clearly are above, and I know that the article and a lot of talk has been about the article from New York Times. I want to remind people, as somebody who worked on the East Coast and who grew up on the East Coast, most schools, so I'll use my school, it was built over 100 years ago. It used to have a coal, and you can still see the coal stacks there, but it uses a radiator to heat the school, and there is no AC. In fact, most of the time they bring in a portable unit from the outside. And so that article was actually in response to the conditions in New York, not so much the conditions in California. And I think that's one of the things that we have to take into account. Second thing is that it's not just about the airflow, it is air circulation plus mask, plus washing your hands, plus social distancing that are all going to make the distance. And even though the CDC says that contracting COVID or the coronavirus by touching environments isn't as big of a worry, we still are keeping up our main cleaning protocols to make sure that we are using electric static cleaners in the rooms at all times. So all of those mitigating factors is what's going to keep our students safe. And we could open the dampers even further, but it's not going to change the efficiency of the airflow. It's the difference of opening your door and taking the door off of the hinges. Doesn't make a difference if you take the doors off the hinges. At the end of the day, the door is open and as much air is going to come in as you want. But if you think that taking the door off the hinges is going to create a greater airflow, you're sort of fooling yourself in that regard, because that's not what's going to make the difference. It's how efficient the system is running and whether or not the MERV 13 filter is in there. And eventually for us, whether or not the polar ionization scrubber is a part of the MERV 13 filter.
Thank you. I did my teacher training in the Bronx, and so I am very familiar. It was a summer program and we had no AC and the windows did not open. So requiring New York City schools to have one window open in every single room is actually kind of revolutionary at this point. And so I am glad that we also have doors that open to the outside and not to the inside of the building. I had some clarifying questions around some of the conditions. We've received some letters from teachers who are really concerned because the CDC came out with a study that was looking at Cobb County, Georgia, that there were clusters at a school site. And so I have gone, I heard those concerns, and when I read that letter, I felt concerned myself. So I have gone and read the study itself from the CDC. So I wanted to ask some clarifying questions about what's going on in our community versus what's in that study. And the first one is, has the CDC changed its recommendations for schools reopening?
No.
Okay. When I was looking at this study, it identified 9 clusters, and it said one of the important factors was, and it makes it difficult to understand whether or not to attribute the transmission in those school clusters to the actual school or community prevalence of the virus, because the moving average number of cases per 100,000 persons during this period in Cobb County, Georgia, in that 1 week, it increased almost 300% from 152 cases per 100,000 to 577 cases per 100,000. What is the case rate per 100,000 that we are looking at reopening under as a school district?
Ooh, Trustee Conley, I guess I should have been ready for this one. Give me 1 second.
Okay, what's the red tier guideline?
So it is under 7, and last time I checked, we were at 6.7, but let me just double check right now. So as a county, Santa Clara this week has a case rate of 10.1 cases per day with an adjusted case rate of 5.8 and a positivity rate of 2.1.
Thank you. And then my understanding is that if schools weren't even allowed to reopen in the purple tier if they had more than 25 cases per 100,000. So we will never, ever presumably reach schools being open with 150 to 577 cases per 100,000 people.
Yep, knocking on wood there.
I know,
but,
as I said it, I wanted to just eat my words, but the other thing that was in that study that I thought was really interesting was it described in all 9 of these clusters, they all had less than ideal physical distancing. And it pointed out that teachers were eating together, they were having lunch together, and staff were still having in-person meetings with each other. I know our MOU with our staff speaks to this. I'm wondering if you could talk about that.
Yep. So our county, as well as our MOU, all of our workrooms are closed. You are allowed to, you can use them, but what you can't do is congregate in them. Are unfortunately areas where we eat. So for instance, right down the hall, the break room, you're allowed to heat up your food, but you also cannot congregate in that area. And then, I think it's one of the contextual things that people forget as we cite Cobb County. It's just remember right before the election, when all of this was taking place, there was a big debate in Georgia about whether or not to wear a mask. And we may forget that Keisha Lance Bottoms, who was the mayor of Atlanta, had a big public spat with the governor of Georgia, going back to whether or not we should wear a mask. And so I would say that it's been, at least in Cobb County, which is right outside of Atlanta, Georgia, it was politicized to some degree. And at least for me, and I think actually the school was in Gwinnett, but this is very similar. The high school that they showed where kids were walking around very close to each other and not wearing masks also was reflective of what took place in Cobb County. So I think there's, it's what I would say is that context really matters in this case. And I think our county, as well as our schools, have done a great job of sort of emphasizing the need for safety. And when kids are on campus, we will make sure kids have to wear masks, but also all staff have to wear masks. Obviously, I'm not wearing a mask because I'm the only person in the office right now. But when I go into the hallway, I make sure that I have a mask or I run back into my office, get one. So that is one of the big things. I do want to point out just one other thing. We are providing our teachers with a second asynchronous day to help facilitate their vaccination. And so when a teacher gets their second shot, because we don't know where they are going to get their shot from. So some of them may have to go to Levi, some may go to Mountain View, some may go to another, I believe it's not the county fairground, but it's just the county one that's near Ritter Avenue, or there's another one near Happy Hollow. So since we don't know where they're going to get them, we are allowing our staff members to have an asynchronous day. And if it's a second shot, and provided that they will communicate this up front, because for instance, I know what time and day my second shot is going to be. And so if I was teaching, I could easily communicate it. We have to provide that notice and they will tell it to their families. But we also will allow them to do a distance learning day the day after, just in case that there is an adverse reaction to the second dose of shot. And, depending on, I've heard, depending on which vaccine you've gotten determines whether or not, how sort of the adverse reaction, but really I guess I would say it's more like taking a flu shot, right? Some of us will get a reaction, most of us won't. But we want to be mindful that our priority also is to make sure our teachers get vaccinated too. But even then, they still have to undergo the regular testing regimen, and they still have to wear their mask while they're on campus. And if they travel more than 150 miles per the county order, they would have to get tested too.
Okay, and my last question kind of coming off of that was actually about vaccination. So I also have been looking into, because teachers were concerned about, can we wait until after our second shot to come in and have had full immunity or the full efficacy of the vaccine at that point? And so I pulled up when Moderna applied for their FDA approval for their EUC or their EUA, they actually had in their trials reported that after 2 weeks, the vaccine had reached 80.2% efficacy after the first dose. So that is even before the second dose, 2 weeks. And with Pfizer, there was some question because they did not study this in their trials, what the efficacy after the first dose was. So people have been using data out of Israel. At first, there was a study that said it was 52% efficacy after the first dose, but they realized, other scientists, that that was based off of immediately after the shot. So then they looked at between 15 to 28 days after that first dose, what was the efficacy? And now it's being found that it's around 85% is the efficacy of Pfizer after 2 weeks after the first dose. And Johnson & Johnson, for comparison, has 85% efficacy as well. So 2 weeks after you get your shot, it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. They only get up to 94 or 95% anyways, but it is pretty darn good, and is hopefully going to do a great job helping people feel more safe and comfortable. Can you speak to, you mentioned a little bit about how we've got codes for our teachers to go in and get vaccinated. You talked about it in your superintendent update, but I'm wondering if you could mention it here for people who have tuned in for this portion of our board meeting.
Yep. So in the county SUPS meeting that was earlier this week, Dr. Dewan, as well as the Santa Clara County Department of Public Health, let us know that if we surveyed our teachers, that we would have the opportunity to get them codes, because pretty much the system has sort of shut down just because of the sheer number of people who are requesting it. And so we sent a survey out to all of our staff members who haven't had their vaccine yet and who wanted to get their vaccine. And it was a quick turnaround, but we closed the survey the next day. We then sent all of those results into the county. They've already received an email with the opportunity to schedule a shot for the most part this weekend, which would put them sort of right, depending on which grade level they're at, will put them sort of right around that window of the 2 weeks before students come in. For some teachers, it'll be past 2 weeks by the time students come in. So we feel pretty good that, and we're pretty grateful that again, the advocacy as well as the prioritization of teachers has really helped. And I know that a lot of people are relieved that we went from hearing about it 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, and pretty much everybody scrambling to try and find a day to get vaccinated, to now we know that we are being prioritized. I know some people even drove all the way to Oakland because Alameda was one of the first counties that was offering vaccinations for teachers. So they drove to Oakland to get their shot. And so like now we don't have to go to those extents to get there. I also do want to point out that all of our staff meetings, as well as our leadership team meetings, are still virtual too. So we're not bringing adults in to meet, and that's another difference between us and Cobb County.
Thank you. And I apologize. I froze at the beginning, which is why I turned off my video and then my CPU came back. If there are no further questions from Trustee, Trustee Berman and then Trustee Ching.
I know parents have a lot of questions around logistics for coming back and what that's going to look like on campus and lunchtime, and will this impact start time or end time? I'm sure there'll be differences across all the campuses because all the campuses are a little bit different. When can we as parents anticipate having that information and those questions answered?
So on Monday, you will see posted on every school's website their individualized reopening plan that highlights, it not only has maps of how the school is divided out, but it has clear examples of what things look like, as well as the rules. It sort of goes over the procedures. It talks about what is their triage room versus what is the, the clean room. So for instance, the clean room is where we normally keep our medications for families and students. And then the triage room is what happens where we see a kid that is sick, and we send them in there. So all of that information will be published both in English as well as in Spanish on every single individual school site. And then principals are also doing, between now and the 18th, they will be having coffees to discuss what that looks like. And so what I would suggest is that parents, they can easily reach out to their school site, but I can't tell you what a classroom, they also have examples of what the classroom looks like. That's not a question that I'm going to be able to answer. It's not a question that we should expect the board to answer. It is a question that the site can answer easily. And I would recommend that everybody directs their question there.
Thank you. Trustee Chang.
I had a follow-up question to one of the questions submitted to the board, and just for people who are new, on the website, there are a lot of questions that the board had submitted in advance and the staff answered in advance. So a lot of these questions are on the website. So if you have a question, you wonder if the board's already asked or what the answer is, you'll see the staff's answers and questions on the website. One of the questions is about lunch procedures, about the indoor lunch policy. So will it be at a teacher's or a site's discretion if they determine that there is an outdoor space where they're like kids eating on blankets or things like that, recognizing there's not enough tables? Will there be the local discretion if they don't want to eat inside and they can find a way to be outside under safety protocol?
Yes. So just a reminder, and I guess we should have put this in. Teachers and students have lunch at the exact same time. So it's not the teachers taking the students off to a place and everybody's having lunch. So we do have to monitor that. The second thing is that we also are concerned about, we have to be able to pick up the trash because the whole school is being utilized at one given point. So the further we spread out, the harder our custodians are going to work. So can we have lunch outside? Of course we can have lunch outside. I know in some of the school plans that is sort of designated as there, but not every school has. So I'll pick on Bub a little bit. Not every school has a shade structure that allows for a large group of students to sit under the shade. Some schools have a couple tables in between the wings. So if they can utilize those, and our noon supervision duty supervisors can, and as well as our school sites can provide enough coverage, we will facilitate that. But just right now, just to cover lunch, I mean, we're even going to have to pull additional staff, our maintenance crew, from their current job to actually go out there, to sort of help. And it's just really a large undertaking. So to have an idea about allowing kids to take blankets out and go to the far reaches of campus, it's beyond our capability right now. We just don't have the capacity to pull that off. But that's not to say that that isn't something that we could strive to in the future. It just means that I think our major focus is, let's get people on campus and let's see what it's like. And then after that, we will go there. I think the second conversation is that, if you're requiring for kids to bring blankets in order to sit, then technically by law, if you make it a requirement as part of your supplies, then we actually have to supply it for students who do not have the means. And that also means that we will be responsible for cleaning the blankets too. And so it starts bringing in all these other pieces. Not to say, again, that we can't do it. It's not to say we can't get there, but I think that's probably a further process down the road compared to on the 18th. I know we're all going to be scrambling. We've already talked about breaking ourselves up. So we're all going to be scrambling just to make sure that, everything is working effectively. But again, you know, we've increased, I know we're trying to hire as many noon supervision duties, supervisors as possible. We have discussed increasing their hours so that they can provide their time, so they can provide additional assistance. So we're looking at all these particular strategies to try and help with lunch, knowing that it's going to be a large undertaking just for all of us.
Trustee Blakely.
One very short,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
it looked like Trustee Chang had a follow-up.
I apologize.
A separate question, so Trustee Blakely can go first.
Okay, so Trustee Blakely.
I hope this is just a really short one. I've been thinking a lot about the teachers coming back into the classroom. Obviously, they and the kids will be wearing masks, but the teachers will also be teaching kids remotely at the same time. And I'm concerned about the remote kids not being able to see their face. Do we have clear see-through masks for our teachers so that, especially the younger kids and the language learners?
Well, somewhere
Awesome.
in the district, these masks actually exist, and they are not supposed to fog up, but you know, I think I may have it upside down. I don't know. But we did order these as well as we have these. We have these. And then of course we have everybody's favorite, the nice blue one. So we, of these, this one has an actual filter with a 2.5 particle matter insert in it. These obviously are everybody's favorite, the N95s. These clear ones are in the event that somebody needs to see them out. So it's possible that people can use them. We also have face shields for all of our teachers. You know, I think there's a lot of options, and I think the teachers will do their best across to make it work. It just really depends on what their tolerance is. And obviously, if it has a face shield, there are other requirements that need to go with it. So any of those plus their own cloth mask are some of the options that sort of exist.
And then back to Trustee Chang.
Some other districts have provided during reopening teachers like a small kind of like a discretionary fund to do like miscellaneous things, whether, I mean, teachers may have their own personal PPE requests or even little things like, you know, supplies to, you know, celebrate the reopening and things like that, or technology. Do we currently have any ability to provide, are we providing teachers any earmarked funds for reopening? And or if the governor's current proposal that's on its desk for the extra reopening funds, is there a chance in future possibly teachers getting more funds to pay for discretional items?
That we don't have. I mean, I know that we've actually just purchased the clear dividers that go in front of all the students. But I want to remind the board that you've already allocated more than what we were given for CARES Fund to pay for support learning pods, which will continue. Not to mention we went completely one-to-one, which came out of the budget, and we purchased 237 hotspots. That is currently part of the budget. We also got all the teachers' iPads, and that came out of the budget. And so all of that has well exceeded the funds. So to be honest, the next round of money, if it comes in, will only cover the delta that we've already existed. And so if school sites choose to use their funds, and we also purchased earphones for all the students too, right? So we felt like it was important for earphones and mics for them. And, you know, obviously the laptops that the students now all have styluses. So we went above and beyond from district funds. If school sites choose to use their instructional funds to pay for other things, or PTAs choose to use their school funds, that's well within their realm. But from a district perspective, if you're not including the PPE that we've purchased, the cleaning supplies and everything else, we've sort of, we're living on credit right now. And that's not really the position I like for us to be in. And I will say that was an intentional decision. It's not that it's an intentional decision by the board to spend down the reserves in order to meet the need. And so we were fortunate that the CARES funding came in after the board made that decision, but it still doesn't change the fact that we actually spent more money on those types of things, just to make sure that we stayed safe and that our distance learning program was more robust. The other thing I would just point out, because I mean, I can run through a list all day long. All of our parking lots have been enabled with Wi-Fi, and you know, our MVWSD Connect is still ongoing, and we you know are now are getting another access point that goes up to 3/4 of a mile and is multi-directional, and that can house up to 100 students on that particular service. So all of that comes at a cost, and so allocating $100 to teachers just isn't part of what we have on the table right now. And I'm not saying that's what you are advocating for, but you know, just tossing additional monies at it, it just isn't. It's not where we are as a district.
Kind of building off of that, we've also, my understanding is hiring substitutes is a challenge this year because CBEST, right. People weren't able to take the test in person to qualify. There's a statewide teaching shortage. So we have, part of that budget is that we have increased our pay offering for substitute teachers, and we're doing a campaign right now for hiring.
Yep, so we're in the great sub war. So if you heard MVLA's approach, you know, they're hiring subs and they're bringing their kids are still in distance learning, but they're bringing their kids on using subs. We've hired all of our as many subs as we could for distance learning. And, you know, so we're keeping them on so that to make sure that we have enough subs just in the event that teachers are out. And then we've also, you know, I mentioned this earlier, we're extending the hours of our noon supervision duty personnel. And then we may also bring in more custodian help if need be. We also we discussed purchasing golf carts to help pick up trash and deliver food at all of our sites in order to keep things going. So we've, you know, all of that is factored into just the mounting total for the school district.
Thank you. All right, if there are no further questions from trustees, we'll move on to public comment. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone, and when we call on you, you press *6 to unmute. I will wait about 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. Please turn off your video if you are a public commenter. All right, it looks like we have 2 public comments on this item. And do we have any written comments, Dr. Rudolph? No, okay. So
no, all written comments were submitted to you earlier.
Okay, for the board to review.
Mm-hmm.
We will allocate 3 minutes per speaker, and we will start with Ms. Pewitt. Ms. Pewitt, you may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who is working so hard on getting our schools reopened. Just a quick comment on the job postings for subs and for yard duties. I'm excited that there are opportunities for community members potentially to apply and be part of our school reopening. I wondered if I noticed that only Crittenden and Bub and a substitute yard duty position were open on the MVWSD jobs website, and I think there might be yard duties at more schools than that. So just a heads up. And then also, it's not clear in the communications that I've seen whether or not applicants need to have a social security number or if a work permit or authorization would be sufficient. And so possibly it might be helpful to families in our community who really are in need of that kind of employment and would be fabulous being on the school site during recess to have additional information about what it would take to apply for those jobs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Ms. Schroeder, we will reset the timer and you may unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted now. Okay. So I would like to thank Dr. Rudolph and his team for the final proposal that was just put out in terms of bringing back all 3 groups on a slightly accelerated schedule in order to get them back prior to any CASP testing. When I first saw the presentation that was on the agenda originally, and it had an option that would delay the return of students yet further, I was nervous because there have been so many changes through the reopening plan all year. And I think that the challenges that you guys were balancing in terms of getting kids back in time to acclimate to school and still have sufficient time before the CASP testing and still get kids back to school is a really nice balance of those priorities. And I'm just very thankful at seeing how this is coming out. So that was just a great deal of appreciation. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Schroeder. All right. Are there further comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely, I saw you unmute, yes.
I wanted to echo the comments of the commenters. I know that this was a Herculean task. The reopening task force, all of the leadership team, that the senior staff at the district worked really, really hard to pull this together and come up with the best solution. And there's a lot of pieces, but I'm confident everybody will do their best to make it work. And I just wanted to give you a big thank you.
And Trustee Berman, I saw your hand up earlier.
Yep, I just want to give my appreciation as well. We're coming in on a year, and first it just didn't seem like it's been a year. It's hard to believe, but as I sort of think back to how much my kids have grown at home with me, and I see the pictures of when all of this first started, a lot has changed, and there's been a lot of sacrifice, and I'm really pleased that our kids are going to be back at school soon, and I'm really thankful for the presentation, and I appreciate that our kids will be back at a faster pace, and that'll give them time to settle in before we get started on testing. So thank you, Dr. Rudolph and your team for putting this together and being so thoughtful about it.
Are there further comments? Trustee Chang.
On the question of the board's recommendation of the condensed schedule, I fully support of that as well. I would say that that 8th grade a week later, while I don't think it would be that big of a difference for the 8th graders to be a week later, on the vice versa, I don't think it would have been that big of a difference if the 8th graders had came in with the 7th graders. But given that either way, I don't think makes big of an impact. The district's proposal as is a good one. I did want to make a comment that I think that, when I look back at hearing from parents about what some of the positive things they experience with their classrooms and distance learning, a lot of it had to do with this amazing adaptations teachers did. And what distance learning has done for a lot of teachers is a lot of teachers had a lot of discretion, and when a lot of teachers had to adapt to this crisis. And I think that actually is still going to be a needed formula for teachers. And in this new model of being back, I hope that we continue to realize that we're going to need to trust our teachers to have some discretion within safety protocols. So, no teacher should be breaking the rules. But I just want to make sure we don't go over rigid on what a teacher on the spot may recognize that they can do creatively within safety protocol. So I think distance learning would have been really difficult if we had a homogeneous system, telling every teacher what to do at home for their kids on Zoom from afar. And I think equally so, it'd be difficult if we tell every teacher, this is exactly how you need to teach, and this is exactly how the kids need to sit. And I know that's not what we're saying, but I just want to put out there that our teachers' discretion really saved us in the creativity and professionalism they've done this year. Tied to that is I actually do hope that we can find money to earmark for teachers. You know, it's always a bit insulting for teachers that the federal government only allows $200 of a tax as a tax deductible for teacher supplies. And I think a lot of teachers are going to be thinking about buying things, whether it be buying their own personal PPE or buying balloons or something to decorate for reopening. You know, we have 300 teachers, you know, $300 per teacher is only $100,000. And we in our current contract that we just approved in today's agenda had an item that was $95,000 for our contract item. So I think that $300 or $600, which would be $200,000, these aren't big items compared to what we've dealt with. And I think teachers will be spending it. Even if we don't give it to them, I think they're going to be going out of pocket. And just the last thing, I've said this before, and I just urge my colleagues again, is that I do think this needs to come back as an action item. When I look at the list, so every single school district around us has voted on reopening because it's a governance issue. It's like the community elects a board, and it's how democracy works. And the last time our district voted on this was July 23rd. So I triple checked that. It's July 23rd, the last time this has come as an action item. And while we give guidance, you know, MVLA voted on February 8th, Los Altos voted on January 25th, Palo Unified on November because they did an earlier reopening, Sunnyvale on February 2nd. So every single district around us votes on this because we need to be actionable and the community needs to know if, you know, whether and what, however. So even though we all support this recommendation, and even though a voting item would likely at this point be after reopening, I actually think I would have hoped that today was an action item, but it was not. And I think that it's still good governance for us to bring this back as an action item because it's not within a district staff protocol. It's not within their jurisdiction to decide such large policy without a record of a public vote by a governing board. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. I will add that July 23rd vote, the board at that time voted to give the superintendent during the pandemic the authority to open and close schools. Now, if the board wants to address that and begin moving this into a voting action item instead of a discussion item in the future where direction is given, it would take a majority of the board to move to have that done. Just, you know, to make that clear. So I understand that not every district did that. In some ways, I think it was prescient on the part of our district because it's given us the facility and the nimbleness to actually respond quickly to changes as they come, because the superintendent and his team have been working towards it. Are there other comments from trustees? I thought I saw Trustee Blakely. No. I would just like to add, oh, yes, Dr. Rudolph.
I just want to point out that we do have new postings coming for the new supervision duty supervisors. That was a decision that was made this week and cabinet and then reiterated in our reopening meeting and also with our leadership team. And so just know that those new postings to Ms. Pruitt's comment are coming so that, you know, they provide other opportunities for parents. I don't know, Ms. Victor wants to go in more detail about that, but just know that there are some new things coming. And I just want to, before you move off this item, I was remiss to say, I need to thank the principals as well as the reopening task force and the reopening group, the focus groups for all of their hard work. I know the reopening task force met Friday night. They met Wednesday night with me to discuss this. The principals met Friday in an emergency meeting. They met Thursday in a meeting. Cabinet has been working nonstop and has had 3 meetings over the course of the last couple of days since we knew that we were heading into red tier. And so none of this would be possible without their hard work. And then even last night, I know you got a copy of the calendar, but you know, Shelley and Corinne worked nonstop with that's version 7 to make sure that they got the work done. And so while I wish I could take credit for all their work, at the end of the day, it was all of them and their braveness to say we can do this faster, but it needs to look this way that got us to this point. And even the fact that we have teachers and classified staff who are willing to meet at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock on a Wednesday night after they've worked to provide more feedback before we brought it to the board is really amazing. It's a testament to their hard work. So I forgot to say that in the beginning.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. And I wanted to add before we move on that I want our teachers and our families and our staff and administrators to know that all of the emails that have been sent in over the course of the year, we read them, we listen, we really care about making sure that we're meeting as many needs as possible and also keeping everyone safe in this process. And we go above and beyond to try and do that. And as Dr. Rudolph pointed out, I would be remiss, like other trustees have also done, in not thanking the incredible work that is going on. A lot of my job right now as board president is responding to emails and getting updates. And I tell you what, I haven't slept in a couple of weeks, and I'm not even the one who's having to do all of the work. So I know that they have been running a million miles a day. And I truly, truly appreciate that work. I am assuming that the board direction around this, given that we had positive comments from a majority of the board, is to go with Dr. Rudolph's, that there is general support for Dr. Rudolph's recommendation. And I think, yes, Trustee Chang.
Just a follow-up comment to what you're saying, President Connolly, about the teacher emails. And I just wanted to, I was thinking about the emails we've been receiving when, I'm a teacher, and I saw a bunch of teachers at the Mount View Vaccination Center on Rainstorff. I went on March 1st, and I just wanted to briefly share with my colleagues that it was that vaccination center at Mount View is the happiest place in town. And when I was there that afternoon, there were a lot of Mount View Wisman teachers there. There are colleagues from my own school there. And I know some teachers are still waiting, and I'm so glad there's access codes for those who didn't get in the first round. But I just want to say that, like, it really, for all the teachers who emailed us we read every single one about people's concerns about going back without the 2 rounds of vaccinations. And I'm not a doctor, but doctors have shared with our teachers that the minute you get that vaccine, within weeks, and that first round, you're already building that immunity. And like, I really felt like the teachers who were in that room, once they got that first shot, like, you really felt like you were on this mends to be ready for this. So I just wanted to share that anecdote. And also that this hybrid mode, I know in the past I've spoken to a lot of reservations because I think it's a lot of hard work. I just needed to clarify that it is how I have to teach. So I this summer had a pilot that way. It is how I have to teach right now, teaching students simulcasting with kids at home and kids in class. And so it's doable. And you really do need to honor those teachers. You need to trust them and be okay with them to make mistakes at first. It's really hard for teachers when they can see that, when they know that at home parents are watching them. And I just want to ask the parents on the call to, like, just like you gave teachers some patience when they were teaching fully remotely, simulcasting is totally different. It's not like Zoom. So having 2 giant displays in the room, it made a difference. Little things like that. We give each of our students where I teach a blanket, and they keep it. So because we can't reuse them. So like the kids, when they want to, read outside or eat outside, they actually, our school, they have to eat outside, but then like they have a blanket that they has their name on it, and we don't expect it back. But that center at Mount View, the city has done an amazing job, and thank you to Councilman Lieber and all the people making sure that happens. So
I have to say, I wish we had the budget of your private school, but I am really impressed with the work that we're doing right now. All right, with that, we will move on to the next item, but it has been 2 hours, trustees. I think it might be time for a bio break. Can we reconvene here at 7:05? Okay. right, I think we almost have everybody back. So we will move on. Oh, there we go. Everybody just ate dinner in 5 minutes. I appreciate it. We will move on to item 5D, the summer 2021 program options, and we will have a presentation from Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bauer.
Good evening. I am here tonight to share with you information about some potential options for summer 2020. So here we go. So we always talk at first about alignment and purpose to our programs. Providing a summer program is aligned to our strategic plan in Goal 1 and Goal 2. And additionally, in purpose and thinking of summer programming, we know that the lack of in-person instruction and many months of distance learning has created learning gaps for some students. And as we move back into a world that may be somewhat more typical, we need to find additional opportunities for students to practice skills and fill gaps as funding and personnel allow. So some history. We've had a long history of running summer programs in our district. Programming has included district-run options as well as partner-led options. And our most robust programming occurred in the summer of 2017 and 2018. And here's just a kind of a sample of some of the programs, or our menu of programs that we ran in 2018. We ran a district summer program. We enrolled approximately 313 kids. We partnered with A-Learn. We had an all program, which was district run, extended school year for our students with individualized educational programs. We ran a program specific to our Title I schools, Stretch to Kindergarten, a YMCA program, Valdez Math, and Peninsula Bridge. So at that point, we ended up serving over the course of that summer 941 students. Some challenges we've had over the years of running summer. One of our main challenges has always been hiring and retaining staff. Finding teachers that want to commit the time to teach in the summer has been difficult for us. Additionally, maintaining enrollment in programs. We could enroll students, but what we found is we would enroll them in the spring, and by the time we started the program, they'd find other things to do. They'd drop out, they did not show, they'd come for a week, and that was difficult. We had some difficulty with scheduling facilities, especially with construction over the course of several years, where we ended up having to combine all of our programs onto one site because so many of our schools were under construction. Transportation, definitely an issue for us. In that 2018 year, we did transport approximately 500 students each day. Some budget considerations we've faced over the course of the last few years. Starting in 14-15, the trustees at that time expressed a desire to lower our reserves for the benefit of students. In the 15-16 year, we implemented a variety of initiatives, and that included expanding summer programming. And then in 18-19, we saw anticipated revenue decreased, and we had to look at expenditures and make reductions. And at that point in 2019, the Board of Trustees approved a variety of budget reductions, but also which included eliminating our district-run summer program. And this was just the slide from that program or that presentation. At that point, we had eliminated an educational services coordinator who really oversaw the running of summer school. And we were spending somewhere in the neighborhood of about $150,000 for 19 half instructional days. We had at that time said we'd keep Stretch to Kindergarten and keep some programs for our needy students. Stretch to Kindergarten was partially funded by the district and partially funded by a grant. And several years ago, that grant funding ended and we've discontinued Stretch to Kindergarten. And we've had programs for Title I schools, which was paid for with Title I funding. And we always have extended school year, which is a required program. So summer 2020. So in summer 2020, we had a couple of partner-led programs offered to our students, including the Valdez Math Institute and Peninsula Bridge. Both were virtual programs, and virtually both don't cost the district money, except the staff time that we have to recruit and coordinate with the programs to get kids enrolled. And at that point, with everything going on with the pandemic and school closing, we felt like we needed to offer something for our students in the summer. And we created a program, and the purpose was to provide students additional opportunities to practice skills in reading and math specifically, and provide families with some activities that would give an optional schedule for over the summer. We developed summer learning plans for students entering grades K through 9, and I give a lot of credit to the Los Altos School District because they did this and they allowed us to share in their process and share in their plans. And these learning plans were designed for families to do as much or as little as they chose. There was a schedule, there were reading activities, math activities, links to iReady, and enrichment activities. Something that we did hire teachers from our district to support students over the course of the 5-week summer program. And we pay them to work between 5 and 7 hours a week, and they could determine their own schedule. And the idea was that parents could sign up for general teacher support, and the teachers added students to a Google Classroom. They held check-ins, they held office hours, they created opportunities for students to share projects and learning. And this support was really not intended to be targeted instruction, but instead allow for students to check in, get help, connect, and share. This were the signups when we started the program. You can see the numbers at all of the schools across the district. And so in terms of participation, like you could see, the signups varied by site and by grade level. When asking the summer teachers about some of their experiences, they felt like the number of students that took advantage of the teacher support was less than the number of families that signed up. They reported an average of 4 to 15 students participated in each grade level each week, and the numbers varied, so it depended on the week. Some weeks were higher than others. And then more students attended office hours or made appointments individually rather than attending check-in meetings. And where we were when we were putting this together, when we were getting ready to plan for reopening and not knowing what was going to happen in August, we just did not collect any more data than what you see here on the effectiveness of the program. We just didn't have the capacity as we were trying to determine how we would reopen schools in August. So in preparation for this presentation, I did, with the support of Director Chang, we put together a teacher interest survey before February break, and we wanted to ask teachers about who's interested if we run a summer program. What are you more comfortable teaching, in person or virtually? Do you have a preference for synchronous or asynchronous, grade levels, etc.? We had 187 teachers respond. 28 were interested in teaching this summer. 48 said maybe, and 111 said no. So of our 28 that responded they'd be interested, 10 were willing to do either in person or virtual. 16 at that time were only willing to teach virtually, 3 in person. The majority would prefer a shorter day, 2 to 4 hours. And some said that it would depend on the dates of their program and their plans in order to determine if they'd participate or not. And most wanted synchronous instruction. Of the 48 that said they might be interested, 11 were willing to teach in person or virtually. 32 would only teach virtually. 5 would only teach in person, which I found interesting. Again, similar number of hours. Several indicated vaccine would play a role in their decision. And several would prefer to have just small groups of students, 5 to 6 students only, so they could focus. Additionally, when we asked grade levels, this was kind of the breakdown. The majority of teachers that were interested are in our elementary grades. 10 preferred only K2, 5 preferred 3 to 5, and 10 would be willing to teach any grade K to 5. And we had a small number of teachers interested in teaching middle school. So some things to consider as we're planning. We know distance learning is not optimal for most students. And the gaps that have occurred over the last year are not going to be closed in one summer. This is going to be an ongoing planning process and support process for us to really support our students to fill gaps as needed. We don't allocate funds for summer school, so we do not have a budget for it currently. Our ed services position that oversaw the summer programs has been eliminated and has not been rehired. And the Title I funds, since the budget cuts, now Castro School is our one Title I school, and we really allocated the majority of our Title I funds to Castro School for programs and personnel that exist over the course of the entire school year, including an additional at-risk, an additional counselor, additional coaches. And just thinking the number of students we could serve this summer will be dependent on the health conditions, facilities, and whether or not we have any construction projects. So what facilities can we use, our ability to transport depending on where our programs would be located, and staffing availability. And the survey is helpful. It definitely shows that we have some teachers interested. We won't know for sure unless we go out and post to see how many teachers we have, and that directly impacts the number of students we can serve. We saw middle school teachers aren't quite as interested in teaching in the summer. And I think something to consider is potential construction projects may impact the use of our facilities this year and increase our need for transportation. So some options for you: extended school year ESY is required. It will be offered in summer of 2021. And depending on health conditions and where we are, we don't know if that will be in person or virtual at this time. We have the option of revising and refining what we did last summer. If we do that, we would make a decision of whether or not we'd want to hire staff again to help oversee the program. And we would have to allocate staff time to looking at the plans, revising them, and making sure they're ready to go. We could develop a district-run program, in-person, virtual, or combination. The requirements really are funding, staff to develop, implement, and oversee, and ability to hire teachers. We also have the option of continuing to partner with outside groups. Valdez Summer Math Institute, they have reached out to me. We're looking to set up a meeting in the upcoming weeks. I don't have details about their 2021 program as of yet. I have met with representatives from Elevate Math. They can offer up to 6 classes. Their program can be run virtually or in person, although the number of students we can serve is dependent on whether we choose virtual or in person. And we would have to, that would be on our sites. The program runs on our facilities. The cost is, it's a match program. The classes cost, each class is about $16,000 and they match. So it's an $8,000 per class cost to the district. And then we have the Peninsula Bridge Summer Academy. We've had a long-standing relationship with Peninsula Bridge, and they have a summer program for students. When we're in a typical year, it happens at some of the private schools in the area. Last year it was virtual, and I'll get more details about their program in the upcoming weeks. So our recommendation is that we continue to partner with our local organizations, and that we focus on developing a plan of action to remediate learning loss that can be implemented through the entire 21-22 school year and beyond, because we feel like we get the most out of our programs when they happen over 180 days as opposed to over 20 days in the summer. So we're asking for some input. Should we offer a summer learning option, meaning develop one and implement it? There isn't funding allocated for this purpose, although I just learned a little bit more about AB 86, SB 86, which just passed, which does have some money in it for extended learning. I just got information about it today. Just some things to consider. We're still currently deficit spending, and our typical program runs 19 half days. So pending your direction, we'll develop plans. If your direction is to create a summer program, we'll have to return with a funding plan. We're going to continue to develop that plan of action because we want to remediate learning gaps, and that's very important. and we'll communicate as we move forward. So at this time, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. If you could, yes, thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang and then Trustee Blakely.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have a sense of parent interest, especially among like among parents families we typically target for summer school? Do we have any sense of, are they interested in summer school this summer, or are they not?
We have not gone out and asked specifically. Anecdotally, we have heard through Director Chang and his parent connections that parents are interested in a summer program. And I think one of the reasons we have not, it's kind of a chicken and an egg. If we're gonna move forward, I have to know how many staff I have available to teach, because that directly impacts how many kids that I can serve. So I try to make sure that I don't say something that we're gonna do and then we're not able to do it. But we haven't officially surveyed any families at this point.
If it's a new question, Trustee Chang. Okay, Trustee Blakely.
Trustee Chang asked my question. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Trustee Chang, you had a second question, and then Trustee Wheeler.
Thank you. This is just a quick one. I know that this idea, the state's bill, it just came out, but do we think that, is there any money that's like use it or lose it that may be even enough to cover a program, or are we talking only a fraction of what it would cost? Like how big possibly what state might do?
So Dr. Westover would know better about how much. I think that it's a significant amount of money. I have all these papers sitting here where I'm trying to learn about it. It has quite a few requirements in it. So I think one thing it does, it's really dedicated to in-person programming. And it is a significant amount of money that we could use. I think that we're going to have to figure out all the strings and the requirements with it. And then it also does require a district plan, which we would have to write and have approved by June 1st.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, that was basically my question also. That question had been rumbling around in previous presentations today. And, I guess I'm impatient, but and I know that Dr. Westover will be hearing more about how we can use the state money, but that is my question, Ms. Bauer, is can we utilize some of the money that's being thrust on us by Governor Newsom to help pay for summer school?
So I believe yes.
I would just add, just because we just got this information, to allow staff the opportunity to digest it. And then, I think the question here still falls in, we have a lot of balls in the air. And so we need to know whether or not this is a direction that you want us to go, so that we can find ways to allocate time to get this done, because Kathy and her team are currently writing the LCAP and the strategic plan at the exact same time. And so if we need to allocate this, then I just need to know, we have to figure out what's coming off the table so that we can get this done in time to have the plan in place, and then also get the teachers recruited and stuff.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so this gets, talking around this whole thing is, with this money that we will be getting from the state, do we have ideas about how we would spend it? So, you talk about chicken and egg. This is something that I would like to spend that money on if it's available to us, but I don't know how much it's going to be. More specifically to Superintendent Rudolph's comment is, I don't know what kinds of things you were imagining you would use that money for. This is extra money that nobody was going to be getting, 6 months ago. So
we don't have any plans. We we don't have enough information about this to make a determination. Like you said, we knew this was coming. I think it would be something totally different, but this is a nice surprise. It was sort of like the dog that finally caught the car. But now that we got a hold of the bumper, we don't really know what to do with it afterwards. So, so really what we're just looking for is a little direction as to whether or not you want us to hold on and figure something out. Or, and part of that's about the exploration for us to go down this road. It may be that we determine there aren't enough teachers, or there's not enough interest from students, or, just, people are not looking to bring their kids in person. We won't know that until we understand the board's direction about whether or not you want us to pursue this option. And then, of course, during the process, we'll come back and once we know how much we're getting and sort of what we can spend it on, we'll be able to come back with a full allocation of what the funds look like.
Something that
President Connolly, do you want us to provide our input after community comment?
After community comment, please. I do have a question kind of building off of Trustee Wheeler's question, which, and then we'll go to Trustee Berman. I saw your hand. Is it possible, if we're having trouble with staffing and kind of overall expenses, I'm curious as we learn more, I understand we don't know how all of this funding structure works yet, but I'm curious as we look at it, if it's something that we could possibly use to pay for like a right at school program for kids on campus during the summer for, whatever period, because that is, or Beyond the Bell or something like that, that a program that is not necessarily one of our full-time credentialed teachers, but does have learning supports and addresses some mental health, social, emotional health needs that our students may have after being isolated for so long. And I know the funding from what I've seen includes mental health and social emotional within it, even though, that's just a bullet point I saw on a county slide. But I'm wondering if that's something that we could explore as partnering with an outside organization, possibly.
Definitely something we can explore pending the spending requirement. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And then Trustee Berman.
That's my question, so I'm good. Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to public comment for this item. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom function or press *9 on your phone. After you press *9, if you need to unmute, you press *6. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. It appears that we do not have public comment at this time. Trustees, your comments and direction for staff. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
So I think the summer programs, despite all the labor and effort that have gone into structuring them, my recollection was when we did measure in 2018, that they, I would say it was of negligible effectiveness. 19 half days, there was a whole lot of effort that went into doing that program. And I think everybody is burned out this year. Every single teacher, every single administrator has been just working, as harder than you ever thought possible. And so to put a lot of time and energy into structuring a district-led summer program, I don't think is where we should be focusing our resources. I'd rather focus them on really doing a great job next year and trying to come up with plans for catching kids up when we do have them in school and other things like that, working on the social emotional learning programs, going into the next year. That said, I think some of those programs like Valdez Math and Peninsula Bridge, which are off-site, where we would really just be kind of partnering a little bit to coordinate and allow students to enroll. I'm supportive of that. But the programming that we did last year, anecdotally, there were two components, but the not the math one. I didn't talk to anybody who did that one. But the other ones, I heard that, you know, families just didn't think they were all that helpful either. And to Trustee Conley's point about, you know, the social emotional welfare and kids being together and the psychological, you know, deficits that everybody has been experiencing this year could be very well addressed by summer camps that the city runs and other types of programming. So, you know, we historically have made our campuses available to the YMCA and oh, what's that? There's science camps and other camps. And when we haven't had construction running, the city as well. And I think, honestly, I think that's probably would, in general, be the most effective supportive thing to getting kids, you know, back into a healthy state and ready to learn in August. So that would be, that's my perspective. I don't want to drain the district resources more by spending a lot of time developing a program for 19 days that, you know, can only do so much.
Other comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
I feel like, but because of what the state may be doing, that when we're talking resources of money, I actually think that money won't be our restraint. I feel like money will be available for this, whether it be state or even possibly eventually federal. I do believe our restraint will be staffing. So like we can only summer school as much as people are willing to teach. And so I'm not worried about the money. So like I am in support of summer school. But I do believe that I do believe staffing is going to be hard. So I do really think that we need to be very judicious about who we're targeting. I think that, you know, in my mind, there's certain grade levels in the younger elementary school age that are critical, right? It's like, you know, there's all the research around third grade and literacy. And so if we identify the kids who are on the who are in our, and we have all this data now, right? We have all this amazing instant data now with iReady and things like that, that if we can identify the kids who we think aren't going to be able to read on without intervention, or alternative, and that's something traditional and something that's very unconventional that maybe needed just for the summer is on the SEL front, identifying are there kids who are going to be so traumatized that at fall they won't be ready to resume school readily. And I think that's a pretty small group. And I think that those families are not really us servicing with our teachers, but us identifying and playing leadership to connect them with community services. So some of the summer school stuff, as Trustee Blakely is talking about, isn't us having to pay for it and run it, but us just being point, right? Because we see the kids, we have the data, so that us using our agency to connect them with CHAC and other things and community resources. So, you know, I think that this summer is going to look a lot of things. I think some of it should be us be ready to run something, and then also us being able to coordinate. I was looking back at our old board report, said that we have this 5% of our student population that has not kind of on the engagement level, or on the like on all the metrics. It seemed like generally we have about like 200 kids in the district who we've kind of lost, and like, you know, like that seems like a reasonable target. If we had to like think, okay, if we had a triage, if we can reach, because I don't think we should just offer summer school to anyone. It shouldn't be, oh, whoever feels like wanting summer school. And certainly a lot of families who can afford outside enrichment don't need it from us. But we have like 200 or so kids that we definitely know are lost in remote learning. And who knows how many kids we have who are not on level to be able to read. Seems a worthy target.
And then Trustee Berman.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Chang that I'm a supporter of summer school, but I'm also concerned about being able to staff it. And if we can find some programs to offer, especially those target students, I think that would be hugely beneficial. I believe that, you know, the summer slide is definitely real, and I'm concerned with those students who, you know, are already red flags for us now and what'll happen through the summer. That I feel like we need to sort of, agree with like just targeted support and putting our resources into those students as a priority would be great. I also think that there might be a little bit of different energy this summer, perhaps, because kids won't be like in school for very long. You know, they might want to show up in person and really be present and excited to participate. The other thing I will say is that, you know, I think during this pandemic, we haven't, according to our iReady scores, haven't seen a lot of learning loss. And I'm sure a lot of that has to do with how engaged parents have been with their students and really understanding curriculum and standards and really watching their students learn. So I think we have really, really engaged parents that want to support their students at home and are probably more ready to do that more than ever. So I'm also thinking about, that 2020 summer learning and just thinking like, I wonder if it would look any different this summer if something like that was attempted, like if there were parents who really felt empowered to run with it a little bit more than maybe last summer. It would be nice to put some tools in families' hands if they know that their student is struggling, just to give them resources and access to content that they can work on during the summer, I think would also be helpful.
And Trustee Wheeler, I know you had comments.
Yeah,
before.
so I have mixed feelings about this. I, like a lot of you, I am in favor of this if we can point our students towards other programs. I also wonder, everybody knows I'm a huge preschool fan. I wonder if there would be a way to, and it sounds like nobody knows right now, but to utilize some of that money that we'll be getting from that bill to, build up stretch to kindergarten again, because it's the littlest kids who got very little help this year, and I'm a strong believer that starting early is the best weapon. So I'd like to see us look into that, and I don't know if it's gone away and it can't come back. I don't know that.
Well, Ms. Bauer, it sounds like we have a lot of questions, but there is generally support for exploring what the funding from the state looks like, but understanding I agree that I think staffing would be our constraint, especially for in-person. I know that survey was in February, but if our teachers are, all going to be vaccinated by then, if they choose to be, are they going to stick around, even the ones who before might have thought they would? So, but I hate to see good money go to waste. So I would like us, I agree, and I would like us to explore what the possibilities are within the state framework, but also understanding that we're going to have a ton of construction across all of our sites this morning because this summer, because we're trying to pack in like updated HVAC, for example, over the summer and get everything ready for the fall when we come back. And transportation costs. I agree to, let's explore where we can, explore which students we would target, and if it's possible to partner or refer students, then that seems like a healthy direction to go. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to make one more comment on the funding. It's great that we would have some funding available to us, but I kind of look at it as an all-you-can-eat buffet, and it's not necessarily, you don't have to eat everything that's there on the buffet just because it's there. You'll be sorry, and I don't want to be sorry because this, like you and Dr. Chang are just completely burnt out because you're trying to design this perfect program, and it's just really, really hard. So I think use the funding judiciously, but we don't have to spend every penny, and then we may be able to direct it to other things for the fall.
And then Trustee Chang, one last comment.
Just kind of building off Trustee Blakely, it seemed like there was a majority who was interested in that third party. So like, if it really is just a pass-through, if it's money we can not leave on the table and then actually use just to pass to other agencies that are running programs, that seems like a win for everything. That'll meet the kids' needs. It meets Trustee Blakely's concerns I have too about staff burnout. So, and it seemed like there's a consensus on the board for that. If we can legally just pass this, take the money on the state's giving, and then funnel it to partners.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bauer.
Thank you.
We will now move on to, so I'll point out to the public that we pulled the strategic plan update. Dr. Rudolph and staff requested that be pulled, and it will come back at a future meeting. We will move on to item 6, review and action. Item 6A, 2021-22 school calendar, with a presentation from our interim Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickyard.
Thank you. Good evening. I don't have a full presentation, but I am here tonight to share the 2021-20 school 22 school calendar draft for approval. I do want to acknowledge that the draft that was uploaded has been amended and the calendar drafts have been shared with the board. And I'll explain the amendment in just a quick moment. I do want to say the calendar committee did meet multiple times in sessions to discuss priorities and preferences and bring forth a calendar for the 2021-22 school year. Our primary priority is to align with the Mountain View Los Altos High School District in order to support our families who have students in both districts. In the past, the board had provided guidance to limit the Thanksgiving break to 3 days rather than the full week that the high school typically takes, understanding the challenges for family and working families with taking that whole week-long break. So with those priorities in mind, the committee has prepared a calendar draft. As I said, there is an amendment, and I want to say the only amendment to the original draft that's been posted is that the calendar presented has President's Day listed on the Monday of the February break, and the amended version has Washington's birthday and Lincoln's birthday just separated during that same February break. So it doesn't really change the calendar. It just adjusts the language of those two dates. The original calendar, the first draft, does align with the high school district with the school start date, the December break, the February break, and the spring break. The only difference is that we included 3 days for Thanksgiving, where the high school district had 5. Of course, when we have that 2-day difference, those 2 days have to go somewhere. And so we have added a recess day on Friday, November 12th, which is the day right after Veterans Day holiday. And we added a recess day in March as well. Should the board's direction about that Thanksgiving break be different this year, I have also provided you with a new draft. It is identical to the original draft with the exception of the Thanksgiving break. I have provided you with an option to have the 5-day Thanksgiving break, if that's where the board wishes to take us. That calendar would align completely with the high school with every day, start date, holiday breaks, vacation times. Either way, both calendars start on the same day. We have the same general holidays, and we've even put in conference days on the calendar drafts. The only difference between the two is whether we want to take 3 or 5 days for Thanksgiving. And so I'm here tonight to ask the board to approve one of those calendar drafts for the 21-22 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Vickyard. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, regarding the 3-day Thanksgiving break and then allotting those extra 2 days to give some extra days off in other times of the year. If we did that, would those high schoolers still be going to school those days? So I don't know the impact on working parents of having extra days. I know that I used to love those, but I was not a working parent. So those are things that I'm thinking.
And then I think I saw well, I'll let Ms. Vickyard answer, or it's not really a question, is it? A comment, perhaps? Okay, Trustee Chang.
And a question about, well, actually, also just to Trustee Wheeler, I believe those recess days that are not on Thanksgiving do not match MVLA. So that if we do those are not days MVLA has off, just to clarify. And among the committee, I know that the past board had expressed wanting to have Thanksgiving to be to have some instruction that week for families, but this year, were there any faculty who expressed interest in having that week off? So were there stakeholder groups who are advocating that they would like to have that week off?
Yes. There were teachers on our committee, as there are every year, and they would love to have that week off, but they also would love to provide what's best for our students and families. And so this is why I come to you tonight with two options.
Are there other questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Just quickly, when we did the prior calendar where we decided not to provide the full week at Thanksgiving because of concerns that some parents, it was an equity issue that they might not be able to take those days off of work. I think that was mostly a theoretical discussion that the board at that time had without any data. And I'm just wondering whether we had gotten any more feedback from families or parents in the interim about, especially, you know, working parents, about whether they had a preference for one or the other.
I do not have any data today to share with you. I certainly can collect more data for you.
Which just seems to me like those other odd days that we took off could be just as much of a challenge for a working parent. I remember when I was working and we had, you know, there were a few little kind of random days that not everybody had off. And, you know, it was, you know, you just had to juggle a little, but you have the calendar, you know, over a year, well, not over a year, but long before the school year starts. So thank you.
Trustee Berman.
So if we were to take that week off, you mentioned that because we have 2 school days, we had to put them somewhere. And one of those days is in November for Veterans Day. So Veterans Day, the holiday is the 11th and the 12th. Sometimes Veterans Day sort of floats around and it's a little weird. If we were to add that back into the week, would then the holiday just be on Friday? I'm assuming it would be, but.
I'm sorry. Veterans Day always is observed on November 11th. And so that's why it floats around a little bit. And so we will observe it on the Thursday, even if we move that extra date back to the Thanksgiving.
So does that tend to be problematic too? Is people who wanting to take a long weekend and end up being on the 12th also? Yeah.
It's a federal holiday on the 11th. And so, you know, when it's in the middle of the week, less of a problem. When it's closer to a weekend, sometimes people will fudge it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We will now move on to public comment on this item. If you are a member of the public and you would like to address the board regarding this item, you can use the raised hand function on Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone and then later *6 to unmute when it's your turn. I will wait 20 seconds to give people a chance to raise their hand if they would like to comment. It does not appear that there is public comment on this item. Trustees, this is a voting item. We will take comments first, and then we will need a motion. Trustee Chang.
I encourage our colleagues here to go for the week option. I think the biggest equity issue is when we don't match with MVLA, because a lot of times teenagers help supervise their kids. And when we're adding those 2 days of instruction when the high school is already off, and then we have holidays on days when the high school is actually having to be in session, I think that actually causes a different kind of burden. Additionally, in November, we're likely going to still be in the pandemic for sure. Kids will have not had the vaccine. We're going to be doing some type of modified form of instruction. Our teachers are going to be burned out, and that Thanksgiving is having that week off is, if we're talking about appreciating our teachers and then looking forward to where they're going to be in November, it's one of the best things we can do for them is just to give them that week. I think many of us here who are educators can understand what that's like. So it just seems to make sense. It's what MBLA is doing. It means that family have easier supervision. It's what the teachers could really use. And we're going to be in a pandemic. I think we're all going to want that time off. when it comes to November.
Trustee Berman.
I'm also inclined to having that week off. I think that I'm hopeful that teachers might be able to spend some time with loved ones if they're vaccinated too. And I know that we weren't able to do that in the fall with confidence. And so perhaps that will change. And if not that, then I think, yeah, it's having a longer stretch for a break and giving our teachers and families some options. And I'm also interested in, if we do take that whole week off, just getting some feedback on how it impacted families and if for our little ones, because I know when high schoolers have a day off or so, it's okay for them to be home by themselves, but not so much for our younger kids.
Trustee Blakely.
So I concur with what Trustee Berman just said. And I would like to move that we approve the second calendar with a full week off at Thanksgiving that matches the high school district calendar. And then as a caveat, not part of the resolution, I'd like to see how that goes this next year, and that will inform our decision in subsequent years.
Second.
I guess I don't get to comment before we.
Well, you can.
Okay.
The vote measure can stay out there. We can continue discussion.
Okay, I would just like to comment very quickly. I agree with the other trustees. I think Trustee Chang is absolutely right that one of our main equity issues regarding the calendar may be that alignment with the high school, because there is so much childcare and supervision wrapped up with older siblings in our community. And, you know, my family hasn't seen anyone outside of any of our extended family in over a year. And so if grandparents can safely travel in November to come to us, man, that would be incredible. And I hope that that's the case for other people as well. And so on a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let the record reflect that on that motion moved by Blakely and seconded by Wheeler, the trustees voted unanimously to approve option 2 for the 2020-2021 calendar. Thank you, Ms. Victorin.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item 6B, adoption of resolution number 01030421 regarding the Huff Elementary School Portable Project, with a presentation from Dr. Westover.
Good evening. So this resolution is similar to resolutions we brought to you before for CEQA. So by approving this resolution, the board would direct staff to apply for CEQA exemption status for the Huff Portable.
Are there questions from trustees? Okay, we will move to public comment for this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom, or you can press *9 on your phone. And then when it is your turn, *6 to unmute. I will wait 20 seconds to see if there are any comments. There do not appear to be public comments on this item. Are there comments from trustees? Is there a motion?
I move that the board adopt resolution number 01-030421, determining that the Frank Huff Elementary School Portable Project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, approving the project and directing the filing of the notice of exemption.
Okay, I see a second from Trustee Wheeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board votes unanimously to adopt resolution number 01-030421 as presented. We will now move on to item 6C, resolution 02-030421, the change of date of school holiday, with our interim Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickiord.
Thank you. So with the amended calendar that separates Washington's birthday and birthday, I've also provided an amended resolution to the board that reflects that change. So tonight I bring you resolution 02030421 to ask you to approve a change in the observance of Lincoln's birthday from February 12th of 2022 to February 22nd of 2022.
Are there any questions from trustees? Nope. All right, we'll move to public comment. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone and then *6 to unmute at your turn. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. As there are no public comments, we will now move on to trustee comments. If there are no trustee comments, is there a motion?
I move that the board adopt resolution 02-030421, change of date of school holiday as presented.
Second.
All right, on a motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the board unanimous. Oh, no, we have to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler, trustee Berman, you almost got in there. The board voted unanimously to adopt resolution number 02-030421 as presented. We will now move on to item 60, the second interim budget report for 2020-2021. No, that's not correct. No, it is. Okay. I apologize. I am getting ahead of myself in terms of years. With Chief Business Officer, Dr. Westover.
Thank you. I also have Ms. Pongo here tonight to present with me, who is our director. I'm happy when you were reading that it was a mistake in the years, because I find myself doing the same thing sometimes. So we're here tonight to present the 2021 second interim budget report to the board. Connecting it back to our strategic plan as a reminder, the district has the goal of maintaining a balanced general fund. However, due to a board resolution, we can deficit spend as long as in the third year out, we're within 17 to 20% with reserve levels. To recap kind of where we are, the second interim reflects activities from July 1 through January 31st and needs to be adopted by March 15th. So this is our second update that we've brought to the board. And looking at our general budget process, so we always have 2 budget years going at once. We have what we're currently doing, and then we're planning for the following year always. So we're right here in March where we're presenting the second interim. And as we've gone through first interim and now second interim, each time we've come before you this year, there have been major changes because of COVID, both due to funding that we've received and then also funds that we didn't anticipate spending that we ended up spending. So this is why these interim reports are so important, because it gives you an idea of where we are in this moment. We'll continue to watch the legislative updates, and then we'll come again to you to start to talk about budget for next year. We have restricted and unrestricted revenue. So unrestricted are funds that we can use for general ongoing expenses. Restricted funds are things that we have to use for specific purposes like special education and title funds. We also have reserves, and these reserves are an unrestricted ending balance that we use during economic uncertainty. And it's what these reserves allowed us to, in the beginning of the pandemic, for the board to say, we want you to go out and buy devices for one-to-one. Because we had these reserves, we were able to utilize them. So looking at some highlights from our general fund, we are recognizing over $1 million in ESSER II funds to be received in the current year. We also have an additional $115,000 for child nutrition from the state. So the state recognized that it's very expensive to run a child nutrition program without also having paid meals, because normally during the school year, we have a paid meal program, and then we have meals that we provide for free. Without the offset cost or the offset of income from the paid meals, all child nutrition programs are struggling a bit. So they provided an extra 75 cents per meal. We had a decreased contribution to child nutrition due to the the income coming in from the state, as well as not needing as much food. Our secured property taxes, we received 188,000 more. We also received more in unsecured property tax to the tune of 308,000. We also received shoreline bonus funds. So as a reminder to the board, the shoreline bonus funds come to us each year. We're not quite sure what these bonus funds will be, so we can't plan for them as ongoing revenue, but we use this for one-time expenses. We also have to budget for substitutes because we're now offering our long-term rate to our subs to try to encourage more subs to sub for us in the district. We also have a larger vacation liability due to lower usage by staff. Is Nadia able to unmute herself? Let's see. Try now. Oh, there you go.
Westover. Good evening, trustees and Mountain View Wisman community. I'm here to present this evening our second intro bio report, general fund by restricted and restricted funds. So I'll go over on the restricted programs first, and we are projecting total revenue of $55,034,426 in revenue, and this includes those additional monies that Dr. Westover just mentioned, about $500,000 on property tax, an additional property tax, the $308,000 for the unsecured property tax. Total, we are also projecting a total of $53,181,875 in total expenditures. The overall operations have decreased. It's just, for example, overtime has decreased, and transportation expenses have decreased. So that gives us a net increase of $1,852,551. For restricted programs, we are projecting $37,986,009. This now includes the additional $1 million we can recognize as revenue from the ESSER funds, and the $1.6 million from restricted the shoreline bonus. And total expenditures, we're projecting $37,721,502. And the big increase in expenditures is about the replacement of Chromebooks that we will be using from the shoreline bonus. Combined, we are projecting a net increase of $2,117,058. And that's at 26% of 26% reserve level for our general fund. So the impact on COVID in our books has been big, as it has been a challenge. Was we are getting to hear about more restricted dollars that are coming our way to help mitigate the impacts of COVID. So far, we have been able to project to receive $3.8 million. But overall, the operational expenses have decreased. So that is different, but we also have other expenses such as the purchasing of PPE and technology, and the learning paths, as you know, and we have also accounted for the contribution to support our programs for preschool and food services for the revenue they haven't been able to earn if it was a normal year. And so here we have the multi-year projection at second interim for the general fund. So here we have the combined restricted and unrestricted. For, as I just mentioned, in year one, we're projecting a 26% reserve level. In year two, we're projecting a net increase of 1,437,360 with a reserve level of 25.27%. In year three, we're projecting a net decrease of 3,398,305, still with a healthy reserve of 20%, 20.52% of reserve levels. And this year has been a very different year, as everybody could agree that it has been hard to project, especially with receiving money from the state to help and alleviate some of the needs due to COVID. But I would like to highlight some of the key assumptions we use to do our multi-year projection. For our multi-year projection, we use 0% assessed value growth for both years 21-22 and 22-23. We are using 5% for health and welfare for both years. This is kind of percentage, a standard percentage from school services. Just to give you an idea of how much it costs or health and welfare cost for the current year is $6.8 million. We're also using the STIRS and PERS rates from the dartboard from School Services of California. And in the year two is for PERS is 23%, and then the year three jumps to 26.30%. So it is, all those expenses will continue to happen as we as times progresses. As I just wanted to give you an idea of what is the current cost for STIRS this year is $8.3 million. We are also using a 2% step and column cost, and this is this multi-year projections do not include any raises. However, as people continue to move in the salary schedule and column movement, we have to calculate those benefits. So we are also projecting to continue to fund or unfunded liability for post-employment benefits.
So there's also uncertainty in our MYP. I think something for a multi-year projection is it's exactly accurate the day that we create it, and then the next week it will be out of date. And I think more so than any year, this is very much accurate because we have millions of dollars coming into the district that we weren't able to anticipate. AV growth is unknown. We may have an increase to health benefits because of COVID. We also received bonus shoreline funds this year, and our food cost has also fluctuated, and it may fluctuate in the out years because of the cost of food or the number of meals that we serve. So all of these things are things that could shift in the MYP that could change the projections. So we make the projections based on the best information we have at the time, utilizing groups such as School Services and CASBO. So looking at our other funds.
Yes, so I like to share the summary of other funds, such as preschool, food services, and special developer fees funds. I want to point it out that, like Dr. Westover mentioned, in food services, we decrease our contribution to food services because of the additional funding we receive, the $115,000, and also the overall operations, because demand decrease. There's the food cost expense went down as well. So that work in favor. Thank you.
So some considerations for the future. Something that I forgot to touch on in the MYP is, so on March 1st, the legislature passed the bill for giving schools more funds. So we do anticipate funds coming into the district for in-person instruction grants as well as expanded learning opportunity grants. We can't include it in the second interim because we actually don't know what the numbers are yet. Nothing has officially come out from the CDE. So that it is not included in our second interim, but will be included in our funds once we know what the official amount is going to be. So considerations for the future as we look forward. We touched on AV growth, a little of information about AV in our city. The average sale of a home is 1.7 million and the median AV is 864,000 in Mountain View. In the long-term future, we're looking at growth of students within the district, and as a basic aid district, this means we have less to spend on each student. So our next steps, we'll ask for board questions and discussion. We recommend the approval of the 2021 second interim budget report as presented, and then we'll come back to you in the spring for the budget and LCAP development. We'll have the hearing on June 3rd and then budget adoption on June 15th.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? And thank you, Ms. Pongo. Trustee Chang.
Thank you for that presentation. Question, and forgive me, I've asked this before, and I'm just trying to understand about the 2022 to 23. That year when it gets to like that 3.6 million deficit. So do we anticipate that when we get 3 years out, will we need to be planning ahead to make cuts in order to reduce the deficit, or what's our plan of attack when it gets to that number? And then when we no longer have the reserves to spend down?
I think that's a really good question. And I think if we had a crystal ball, we could tell you exactly what was going to happen. When we project conservatively, I think, which has only served our district well. So our projections right now, we have 0% AV growth in the 2 years out. I hope it doesn't stay at 0 because our costs continue to go up, but we're being conservative. So I hope that we won't have that large of a deficit when we get there, but I don't see that we're doing any cuts right now.
Oh, yes, Trustee Chang.
And I had a question about for the CalSTRS, and I know that like there's been these multi-year ramp ups to the district contribution and the teacher contribution as well. Like, and it was hard for me to follow. It seemed like there's some years that it got frozen or district got relief. So where are we on like this? Are we kind of past the major pain period, or are there some still cliffs ahead that may be coming that have been delayed when it comes to contribution increases?
I'm just going to pause for just a moment. Ms. Hausman, your video is on. Okay, thank you.
So both of these are set not by the district, and they continue to go up. So we don't know necessarily where PERS will go. For STRS, we have some for a few years out because it has to be voted on where it's going to be sometimes. So this past year, the governor did give relief to the school districts to buy down the school district's contribution. But I don't see that our contribution is going to be reducing in the future.
Does it flatten? Is it like there like a steep increase for a while and then it steadies out, or do we still have some of these really big steep increases coming possibly? Or
it all depends on whether they're able to fund the program. So if they're unable to fund it, then they would increase it. If it's able to be, and it does well, then it will stay the same or possibly decrease, but I don't see that happening.
All right. Are there further questions from trustees? Okay, we will move to public comment on this item. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board on this item, please use the raised hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and then you'll press *6 to unmute yourself. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly.
Trustee Conley, while you're counting seconds, I just wanted to say I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to write questions in advance. So, and then you answer and they're published. And so my questions on the budget were all answered in that process. Thank you.
I do not see any public comment on this item at this time. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Brief one. Just when I was thinking about, initially we had also today in the strategic goals, and it got me thinking about, there are some districts when they look at the budget spending where they especially on things like spend down, where the board or staff tie it to goals. You know, sometimes like we tie other things to, like, here, this item is tied to this strategic goal, and you know, it's like when we do our spend down right now, like it reminds me that it's really easy for us to lose track of how much we're spending down. It's, you know, it's like when you're remodeling your house and when your budget's still good, there's all kinds of things that look good to buy, and then when your budget gets tight, all of a sudden priorities come into, you know, are clear. And I feel like if we can find some way that we discuss our spend down items tied to our district 6-year plan, and like kind of what the things, and prioritize it that way, it seems like we can get away from the spending too much too quickly, because I feel like at some point, you know, it took a lot of years to get this reserve, and I think it's going to, I mean, it's actually, you know, we look at, you know, in 3 years to be at 20%, so we're going to get close to that, getting close to the board threshold where we'll have to make cuts if we don't change spending. So,
well, I just real quick, I just want to point out that the days of spending down our reserve need to come to an end. You know, one of the reasons why we didn't have to lay off contractors and we didn't have to make any reductions, including with teachers this year, is because we were able to maintain a healthy reserve. And so I know when I first arrived, we were spending money left and right on, you know, sort of restructuring schools and everything else. But I think the more prudent approach is for us to, you know, similar to what you said, is to identify what we are spending it on and link it to the strategic plan, and then to spend it that way, as opposed to just bringing the reserve level down just because we're trying to get to an artificial number. Because what is clear is that while this economic downturn we're just seeing the beginning of it, there are still, once you start adding in the eviction moratorium, and then you start thinking of the stimulus checks that are sort of supporting maybe our lower income families, we still have some concerns moving forward. And then the last thing I would say is that the Shoreline Reserve, while it's doing well right now, still has a level of volatility that is unlike anything else. So we've done a great job over the last 2 years of restructuring our budget to, you know, account for one-time funds. But I would just caution the board as we start thinking of that 20%, that really our goal needs to be not to continue to increase expenditures, but to find ways to bring the 2.5 down, and at the same time balance that with, you know, continue to adjust for inflation, or continue to make sure that our teachers and staff are fairly compensated to live within our community. And so that's going to be our new challenge moving forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment similarly that I appreciate the conservative path that Dr. Westover and Ms. Pongo have taken, and Dr. Rudolph as well, in tracking our spending and making sure that when we look at the future, we are actually very cautious about what we're doing. It is that very fiscal responsibility tied directly to student safety, to facilities that our students can actually access and learn well in and be safe in, to food, and to items that are targeted specifically at student learning, that has fared us well so far, and meant that we had the liquidity we needed in the spring to be able to move to a one-to-one approach to learning in the light of the crisis that we're within now. So I appreciate all of your work, and I thank you for your time. Are there further comments or a motion from trustees? Trustee Blakely?
I just also wanted to say I am grateful that we have had a relatively healthy reserve, and that we were able this year, in addition to the one-to-one learning and all the things that you just mentioned, to put the pods at every school for the children that needed extra support. And in some other years when things were tighter, we would not have been able to do that. And so I'm super grateful that we were able to do that this year. And I think maybe Trustee Berman was going to make the motion if she doesn't have comments.
No, just thank you so much for the presentation. Also, yeah, definitely glad we are conservative and we were able to make those moves early on in the pandemic. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the second interim budget report for 2020-2021.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board voted unanimously to approve the 2020-2021 second interim budget report as presented. Thank you. We will now move on to item 6E, the schematic design drawings, budget and schedule for the district office reconfiguration with a presentation from Dr. Westover.
Good evening. I also have Jason Cave with me today from Greystone West and Alicia Elder. All right, so district office reconfiguration, and I'll be passing it off to Jason to talk a little bit about the scope of work, the budget, and schedule.
Okay, good evening. So this is the district office reconfiguration project schematic design. As part of the design process, the design team was tasked with reconfiguring the superintendent suite to accommodate the addition of 2 new workstations for staff who'd be moving into that suite. In order to get the available real estate needed to add those two workstations, the suite will be pushed out into what is now the existing mail room, the existing storage room and registration room that are currently off the district office lobby. So with that, we'll go into the existing and proposed plans.
Sorry, just to jump in really quickly to talk about the scope of work. It was in the background for the board. This is not necessarily to increase the space that the superintendent has, but because we have so many more staff in the district office. And some of it was added because we have more technology. So we're 1-to-1 across the district right now, which necessitated the addition of 2 more technology people, which then shifted where everyone was sitting in the district office. We have an equity coach. We have a health and welfare coordinator. So all of these extra people need places to sit in the district office. And the easiest way to reconfigure was to actually reconfigure the space up in the front where the superintendent is.
I also want to just add that part of this is that we have 1 staff member who sits in the front away from any others. And so this assures that we have access for the front office, the front secretary safety, which currently we use a remote camera and as well as a doorbell to sort of keep track. And now you will see in the new schematic design that myself as well as Nancy will be able, and Corinne and Megan as well as Shelley will be in an earshot from the front office in the event that there's an emergency.
Okay, so you see in front of you the current layout of the suite. The dashed lines represent the existing walls and doors that are going to be demolished and relocated to make room for the workstations. So the next slide will show the new proposed layout. So as you can see, the suite shifted to your left on the screen as you're looking at it into that storage room, registration room, and the former mail room. The mailboxes are being moved to the staff workroom. You don't see that in the plan here, but they are being relocated. And then as Dr. Rudolph mentioned, you can see from what would be Nancy's desk, there's a direct line of sight through that door to the lobby there. And then on the right-hand side of the screen were the 2 added workstations kind of in the upper right there. So with that, we go into the proposed budget. So to do the wall relocations, electrical and mechanical patchwork that needs to be done works out to an estimated construction cost of $149,449, which translates to a project budget, which is the next slide, of $241,999. So schedule is up next. We do have to go to DSA with this project for DSA approval. Unlike a lot of your projects, it's not a full DSA review, it's an over-the-counter review, which shortens that period up quite a bit. So by the time we get construction documents done, get into DSA, we're looking at construction from June to mid-July of this year.
All right, are there questions from trustees? Okay, we will now go to public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone, and then later *6 to unmute when it's your turn to speak. I will wait for 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. We do not appear to have public comment on this item. Is there any comments from trustees? And if not, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I think I see Trustee Wheeler. Hold on just a moment. Trustee Wheeler was speaking, but we couldn't hear you, Trustee Wheeler, even though you were unmuted.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can.
It was too
Sorry.
far away. Okay, I recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the schematic design budget and schedule presented for the district office reconfiguration project.
Second. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to give that to Trustee Berman that time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, the trustees voted unanimously to approve the schematic design, budget, and schedule presented for the district office reconfiguration project this evening. We will now move on to item 6F, the schematic design, drawings, budget, and schedule for the Vargas carport, with again Dr. Westover.
So I will pass it off again to Jason to talk about the design, budget, and scope of work for the Vargas carport.
Okay, so as part of the project prioritization for Measure T, the administration and the board identified the Vargas carport as a priority 1 project, or recommend that it be moved to a priority 1 project. So what that project is, it includes the installation of a new roughly 4,500 square foot steel shade structure, which will be installed over parking stalls at Vargas. The intent of that carport or shade structure is to protect pedestrians and cars' property below from debris that may fall from those trees. As part of the project, we'll be installing LED lighting on the underside of that canopy to light the area for safety and safe travel for teachers, staff, public who may be parking there in early mornings or later in the evening when it gets dark. So the next slide, we're going to see a few site plans. This is the first one here. Google Earth isn't quite updated, but you can get the gist of where the campus is there. On the right-hand side below those trees, that's the footprint of the new parking cover. It'll be 2 separate shade structures. Where it angles there at the bottom is a separate standalone structure. There's a separation between the two. But for all intents and purposes, it acts as one cover for cars below. The next slide is going to show you essentially the same thing, just on plan view. So you can see the red dashed line, which is the footprint again of that parking cover, covers all those spots on the south side of that parking lot. And the columns, if you can see it there, the little red dots on the far south side, those will be located outside of the parking stalls to allow vehicles free and clear travel in those stalls. And then the next slide is going to be an elevation of what it's going to look like. So it will have a concrete column at the base of it, about the bottom 3 feet, similar to what you'll have at your solar structures and parking lots to help protect from vehicles if they do pull a little too far forward. The rest of the structure is going to be galvanized steel columns and beams, and then it's a corrugated metal roof panel above, which the design team felt was going to be the most durable to stand up over time for those falling items that may come from the trees above. The reason it's galvanized and not painted is for ease of maintenance. The galvanized structure requires a lot less touch up, and when you do need to touch it up, it's a lot easier to touch up than the full painted structure. And that brings us into the budget. So to construct all that, The estimated construction amount is $397,855, which translates into a project cost of $542,051. And then moving on to schedule. Unlike the previous project, this one does require a full DSA review. So we have quite a bit more time at DSA. So with design, DSA review, bid and award, and as well as fabrication of the carport components itself, we'd be looking at construction in the winter, late 21, early 22. And it's about a month and a half project start to finish, taking weather that we may experience in December and January into account.
All right, are there questions from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
This is probably for Dr. Westover. Do these costs surprise you, or are these about what you thought you would be seeing?
To be honest, I rely greatly on Greystone to help with what to expect for cost. And I think it's right in line with what was projected. I think the only addition was that initially we were going to do something DSA pre-checked. And when we investigated those options, it had the columns sitting in the parking spots at Vargas. So instead of taking away about 10 parking spots, we decided to get it engineered to make sure we can retain all the parking.
Further questions? Trustee Chang.
So the spaces that will be covered, is this typically faculty parking or also sometimes visitor parking? And what's the typical usage at Vargas? Are we typically running at like we don't ever have empty spaces, or is there usually a surplus at Vargas?
Yeah, Vargas is very tight on parking. We typically use every single stall, mainly by staff. There are a few spaces for people that come to visit during the day, but the vast majority is it for staff. And then I guess maybe as a reminder, maybe for the public that doesn't know some of the issues we've had at Vargas, we have these big, beautiful trees in front of the school that also have big, heavy pine cones. And we've lost a few windshields as the pine cones have come down. And so this is to protect people and cars.
Principal Taylor, I don't know if you have more that you want to add in there.
Yeah, so last year we had a staff member who their car was damaged pretty badly from a pine cone. And so our staff would greatly appreciate having this carport just to protect from the pine cones. And then it also, a little less than the tree sap kind of ruins our cars. Like I have to go in every few months and put some alcohol in my car to get rid of the tree sap. It's a really necessary, I would say it's necessary to protect the people, so.
Trustee Berman.
I'm just wondering if the LEDs are on a timer, or they turn off in the middle of the night, or are they on all night?
Yeah, they'll be on a photo cell, which can be overridden by a timer, so they can be set to go on and off at whatever time the district chooses.
All right, we will move on to public comment for this item. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and then *6 to unmute yourself. I know that these items are not very exciting for the public, most of the public right now, and I am waiting 20 seconds to see if people want to raise their hands. I'm just trying to be very consistent with what I stated at the beginning of the evening, but we may adjust at our next board meeting since it doesn't seem to always be necessary. All right, we do not appear to have public comment, although I do think it would be nice to have a little catchy song that we put in there for that timer so everybody can wait happily. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
This item, I support it. I feel like there's a certain price tag when we build something that's very visible for the public and the kids and the teachers, that we begin to think of civic beauty. So like, I feel like there's a lot of items we don't even think about. Is there a lasting civic value? But there's a certain point where I feel like, you know what, if people are going to see this all day, we should put a little thought. And sometimes that thought doesn't even require more of a budget in order for this to be bring aesthetic value to the community, and being that paid by I feel like any public building and it used to be in the 50s and 60s, before that, actually, probably before the 50s and 60s, all school buildings became this, like, they were a beautiful thing for the community. And then now a lot of times construction is a commodity, and we often don't even think about aesthetics. And so when I was looking at these designs, I was thinking, like, and again, I don't mean to prescribe aesthetics, but like when you talk LEDs, it's like, are there playful things about, being able to do colors and things like that? The Bay Bridge has had an artist design LEDs, right? So, in elementary school, colorful LEDs is a pretty fun, playful thing. Can we, have the kids paint? I mean, I know it's galvanized. Does that mean we can have them paint part of it, have it be a public artwork or things like that? So totally support this, but I just wonder on projects like this for the board and for this district to think after it's built or even during it's built, are there little things we can do to give it a play value and an aesthetic value? Thank you.
I think as well that I definitely hear what you're saying, Trustee Chang, and I think that the school site would be really great at, like, I don't want to prescribe that, but I think that the school site might be really interested in looking at, once this goes in, how they're going to use it in ways that are more than just having it sit there. I also wanted to point out that this type of structure, so what were our options in this moment? Those are heritage trees that line that street. If we were to try to remove them due to safety issues, I know that would be a significant loss in tree canopy for our city, and it would also impact neighbors in that area and their experience of the city as well. And so I think that in terms of how we relate with the community, actually taking the action to make sure everyone is safe while also maintaining heritage trees and parts of our natural environment for our city is a very big deal. Are there further comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Just real quick, I mean, it's horrible to have your car windshield broken or your car damaged or car sapped, but what I really would just dread is a pine cone hitting somebody on the head. So I am very glad we're doing this. I wish we could do it more quickly, but I understand the DSA, there's a process. So I'm glad we're doing it.
Is there a motion?
I move. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Trustee Blakely.
Hold on, may I ask a quick question of Jason Cave before we go to voting?
Yes.
This is not a big deal, but the LEDs, is it something easily to do to put in colored LEDs that kids can work with and things, or is that not a feasible thing?
I mean, we can certainly have the engineer specify a colored LED if we're talking about an LED light that can then be programmed to change colors in certain settings or themes. That becomes a little more costly because you've got to have a controller and someone capable of doing the programming. But it's certainly an option.
That could be a site after the fact could consider that at a site level if they.
We would want to spec the light fixture now to something that could accommodate that programming if it was ever added down the road, which is fairly easy to do.
Thank you for answering that question.
Just a comment on that. I mean, the Wistman Street, the trees are like at the face of the street next to the sidewalk, and so in terms of the exterior, entrance, the parking, the shades, the carport is going to be kind of behind the trees. So I think the trees will sort of hide that. And it's on the edge of the parking lot. So I'd be more interested in looking at interesting design features if it was more, an integral part of the campus, but this is kind of on the edge. So, I mean, I like the idea of being creative, but I don't know that it's necessarily that appropriate in this particular instance. That would be my 2 cents.
All right.
So I move that the board approve the schematic design budget and schedule presented for the Vargas Carport project.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. On a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, the trustees voted unanimously to approve the schematic design budget and schedule presented for the Vargas Carport project. We will now move on to item 6D, schematic design drawings, budget, and schedule for Crittenden and Thierkoff electrical upgrades with Dr. Westover.
Okay, this is our last one on construction to talk about the upgrades for electrical at Crittenden and Thierkoff.
Okay, so there's two sites involved in this project, Crittenden being the first. During the facilities master plan, the electrical switchgear at Crittenden was identified as being at the end of its useful life, and also had some breakers that have been problematic over the years for the district and are becoming harder and harder to come by when you need to replace those breakers. So the project identified at Crittenden was basically replacing the interior components of your main switchgear. That's the main breaker and the distribution breakers. It's strictly interior components. You won't see visually anything different there than you do now. Second school is Thierkoff. Similar to Crittenden, the switchgear there is at the end of its useful life with parts that are hard to come by and replace. Dissimilar to Crittenden, that gear, we don't have the opportunity to simply replace the interior components. It's to the age where you have to replace the entire piece of switchgear. So the project includes a new 2000 amp switchboard. If you're familiar with Thierkoff, the current switchboard is in an electrical closet inside of Building G. That's the only such installation at any of your schools. At all the other schools, they're exterior weatherproof cabinets. So part of this project is to move that gear from the closet to the exterior, where it's a little bit more accessible, a little safer, and easier for maintenance and whatnot. So when we move it outside the building, it's going to be enclosed in a block wall enclosure that's finished with stucco and an ornamental metal gate, similar to some of the trash enclosures and other switchgear enclosures you have around the district. So the next page will show the plans. So this is a Google Earth image of the school. The red clouded area is where the scope of work is taking place. If we go to the next page, we'll get a zoomed in view of that. So that green box kind of in the center of the picture is the existing PG&E transformer. That will remain. Just to your left of that, as you're looking at the screen, that's going to be the location of the new switchgear in the block wall enclosure. Just slightly to the left of that is the current trash enclosure that's there, which, to give you an idea, that is a block wall enclosure finished with stucco and a metal gate. So it would be the finish on this block wall would be very similar. So it blends in with the campus. It blends in with everything else that's out there. And then the dash lines are just the trench lines. That's shown more for PG&E and coordination, but that's where they are. So that's really the extent of it. The proposed budget, most of it is at Thierkoff, of course, because that's where the bulk of the work is. But the anticipated bid amount or estimated bid amounts $355,572, which translates to a project cost of $523,599. And then schedule is next up. This is a DSA exempt project. So unlike the first two, we do not have to go to DSA. We do have some coordination with PG&E though, to shut down the power, relocate the service for Thierkoff, which does take some time. So it's an incredibly tight schedule, but we are aiming for construction summer of 21.
All right. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
The summer construction, will there be periods of time where the sites would not be usable for teachers or kids, and if so, how long will those be?
So yes, there will be periods, a period of time where there is no power to the campus. How long that will be really depends upon PG&E. Typically, once you get your underground and infrastructure in, it's it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks from when they do their inspection to when they move the power. So we're hoping downtime, worst case, in the 4-week neighborhood, but it's hard to project that right now until we get a little bit farther down the road with PG&E.
Follow up to that for the district staff, does that do any wrinkle into complicating summer school, or are those sites not anticipated as needed for summer school?
We're already tentatively planning just on what sites we can use. The district is used to shuffling for construction during the summer. So whatever we decide to do, we'll be able to accommodate.
I was just going to say, Trustee Blakely, it's time to call Mark Berman's office and get ready.
I was just thinking the same thing and grief for the kids.
All right. Further questions from trustees? We will move to public comment on this item then. If there are members of the public who would like to comment, please raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone, and then you can press *6 to unmute when it is your turn. I will wait for 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and then allocate time accordingly. All right, I see that we only have one speaker. So we will allocate 3 minutes, and I believe it's Robin Lynn with the Preserve Monoloma Park group. You may unmute yourself when you are ready, and we'll get our timer up.
Yeah, I'm actually not representing that group, so I don't, it's just a question I have. So I'm curious about the paneling. Does the amperage take into account the updated HVAC and potential increases in whatever school functions? So I'm curious what it is today and kind of if it's being sized so that it takes into account all the new constructions as well as whatever future plans the district has. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Are there further comments from trustees? Is there a motion?
Okay, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the schematic design, budget, and schedule presented for the Crittenden Middle School and Torokoff Elementary School electrical upgrades project.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely, by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board unanimously voted to approve the schematic design, budget, and schedule for the Crittenden and Torokoff electrical upgrades project as presented. We will now move on to item 60, contract for employment of Tara Vickyard as Chief Human Relations Officer. The presentation from Dr. Rudolph.
So good evening again. So we sent you the updated contract. Thank you, Ms. Berman, for catching a couple pronouns that were incorrect. So as you know, last year, Deputy Superintendent Carmen Geisels, who served in the Chief Human Relations Officer role, left us. And we tapped Tara Vickyard, who was our Director of Curriculum and Assessment, to take over the job on an interim basis. She has done a remarkable job guiding our staff and keeping sort of the waters calm. And it's just been an invaluable resource in her new role. Not only is she fair, but I think she is well respected by every single person that works within the organization. And I know that her and I talk frequently. I think she's actually my second or third one-on-one on Mondays. And so normally she's keeping me abreast of all the other issues. And I think she complements the direction of the team, but I also find her as an invaluable resource. And so I think it's well past the time to remove the title of interim and to bring her on board full-time, similar to the other chiefs that we have, and bring her contract in line with them in terms of the amount of time frame. We would hate to lose her in her new role as she learns, but I can tell you our negotiations are not contentious. And, I know that, I know Sean isn't here, but I know he enjoys talking with her also, as well as Veronica, who's our other union president. And so, I just can't say enough about how great of a job she's doing. And I'm sure our principals are clapping in the background, even though we can't see her. And so I am bringing to the board a new contract for Tara Victor.
All right, are there questions from trustees?
Yeah, what took so long?
Pandemic.
All right, we will move to public comment on this item. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, please use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And then when it's your turn to unmute, you will press *6. I will wait 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. All right, are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang?
Just a brief something I've done when I was in the board past, whenever there was somebody who joined in senior leadership, and I think the Chief Human Relations is the second most important person after the superintendent district. I used in the past always give them a copy of this book, and so Work Rules by Laszlo Block, and I have copies for the trustees who said they wanted one. I just have to mail it. So I'll put it in your box. You've already been serving the district, but as a formal member of the community, this will be in your mailbox, one of these. Laszlo Block's book on Work Rules, former Human Resource Director for Google. Welcome, thank you.
And Trustee Blakely?
Just wanted to say it's been a pleasure, having Ms. Victor serve in this role this past year. She's her goodwill and sincerity and patience. Trustee Wheeler said, "What took you so long?" She's super, super patient, and I think that is a real benefit to this role. And I'm very looking forward to continuing to work with you.
And I'll just add, Ms. Fickyard, I think you were born for this role. I am so thankful to have you in this position, and especially during such a challenging time when so much hinges on making sure that our staff have what they need in their working conditions and their contract to be successful. So thank you so much for all of your work. I'm really looking forward to dropping the word interim from your title. Yes, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I want to join in the fun here and just say I'm just thrilled that Superintendent Rudolph is offering you this title change and job. And, I know all the trustees are very pleased. So thank you for sticking with us. And I really admire your work. So thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the contract for employment for Tara Vickyard as Chief Human Relations Officer.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board votes unanimously to approve the employment agreement with Tara Vickyard as Chief Human Relations Officer as presented.
Congratulations.
Trustee Conley, I just sent you the only thing that you have to announce afterwards. Her contract is approved. There's no change in the compensation. However, the terms of the contract have been adjusted to reflect a start date of June 2021 until June 30th, 2023.
Okay.
I already did it for you. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, we'll write that in next time. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph.
No, I actually completely forgot that it was supposed to be in there until a minute or two before the vote. So I apologize.
It's been a little while since we've gotten to do this, frankly, but that also means that we've had a very stable and great leadership team. So, it's okay to be rusty. We will now have item 7, which is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding the closed session agenda items to do so. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raise hand function, or press *9 on your phone and then *6 to unmute when it is your turn. I will wait for 20 seconds to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly.
And I'm wondering what song everybody is singing in their head for these 20 seconds.
All right, we do not appear to have comments on the closed session agenda. I did want to check, hopefully we will end by 10 p.m. tonight, but I don't know if anyone would like to make a motion around our ending time just in case. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, and we don't know how this conversation is going to go. So I move that we approve an extension of our meeting time to a maximum of 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain. I would have said 10:30. I'm hoping for 10.
On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Chang, the board has approved the motion to extend the meeting all the way to 11 o'clock if needed, with one abstention by Trustee Blakely. We will now we will adjourn to closed session. Trustees, I ask that we transition into closed session, and then we'll take another 5-minute bio break and then get started. But let's make sure we get to the breakout room first so nobody gets lost. All right, at 10:58, the Mountain View Wisman School District is resuming our open session of the board. No action was taken during closed session. We will quickly go to, let's see, items for future agendas. There was an item for future agenda submitted, Dr. Rudolph. It was about having a voting item for reopening. Do you want to make a comment, Dr. Rudolph? No? So it is a vote of the board if they would like to have a action item where the board takes a vote on reopening. Okay. Ellen, you're muted.
I brought up something else, and I sent it to.
You sent it to me. So the formal I didn't understand that you
It was to both of you.
Okay, so there was one more possible item, which was to have a resolution about the hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders that are being carried out across the country. There are resolutions that some districts have developed. Would the board be interested in bringing something like that as a future action item? I am. Okay, there's a majority interested. I'm assuming everyone will send in their board updates. And the board meeting dates are in here at 11 p.m. We will.
Related to, hold on, before you close it, are we going to go into live meetings ourselves as once teachers go back? It's been a discussion for boards around the state about whether to go back to live meetings as a solidarity with teachers.
If you want that to be an agenda item, you can follow the process and send it in, and then we can bring it up.
Is that a voting thing just with the location? I didn't know if that was a discretion of the president or to just say for a meeting in person or not for the next meetings, or.
We have not.
I think it's something we should discuss.
Yes, I think we need to discuss it.
Right, we didn't act to close that way. Like we didn't go virtual by motion. Right?
So I'm
okay. Sorry.
Sure. It's for future discussion, but we're 1 minute over. So at 11:01, I think it's something worth discussing. 11:01, we will adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board. Thank you, everyone.